All right, the City of Rollingwood City Council will come to order Wednesday, September 20th, 2023 at 6:03. And we'll start with roll call with Ms. Brown.
Present.
Alec Robinson.
Kevin Glasheen.
Phil McDuffie.
Sarah Hudson.
Gavin Massingill. Being quorum present, we will move on to our budget and tax rate meeting this evening. And we will start with agenda item number 2, updating discussion on the FY 2023-2024 budget. Council quickly coming to a conclusion on our budget season. And before you this evening will be a couple of actual decision items for your review. I'm going to ask Ashley to kind of point out what we brought to you today in terms of and where it is in the packet. As you'll recall, when we wrapped up last month's discussion, we agreed that we would bring back to you for your consideration this evening an amended decision document that reflects the no new revenue rate column, as well as the voter approval, the inappropriately named voter approval rate. But then we would also insert a second or a third column in the middle of those two items, which would be reflective of what we referred to as the balanced budget revenue option. And so that's what's before you. Ashley, if you'll explain it to them.
Sure. So the second attachment under this item is the revenue and expenditures document. You can see there that we added in a middle column between no new revenue and voter approval to reflect that balanced budget rate. Towards the bottom at the little total section there, you can see that general fund budget balance at that balanced budget rate is just right at 4,000, a little over 4,000. So that's showing that we were able to get a rate that captured about exactly what we were looking for in the way of expenditures. The second attachment is the exceptional item summary sheet that reflects all of the items that were approved tentatively at the last meeting. It also does reflect the general fund amount available at each of those 3 separate rates that we talked about last month and that are here before you today.
And those rates are, just as a reminder too, the no new revenue rate is 0.1767. The balanced budget, what we're referring to as the balanced budget rate, is 0.1917, and the voter approval revenue rate is 0.1983. You can see those in the kind of that first half of the document titled revenues. Our recommendation to you, Council, is to adopt the balanced budget revenue rate, as we talked about at the last meeting. To not do that, I mean, and you could choose to not do that, but to not do that, you would be running a budget deficit for the year, or a projected budget deficit. It wouldn't be a true deficit because you do have enough cash on hand with your beginning balance that you could absorb that. But in my opinion, you did go to the voters for approval of the bond package. They did approve that, and essentially that's what's reflected in the balanced budget rate. So I don't think we have much else. We've done good work up to this point. All of, as Ashley said, all the exceptional items, decisions that you kind of took a straw poll on up to this date, are all reflected in the budget. I will say that you're not technically taking a vote on the rate per se. You'll be taking, our discussion right now is on the budget. We'll open a public hearing in a moment to have a public hearing on the budget. But those decisions that you make related to the budget this evening probably should be in line with where you plan to go when you ultimately adopt the rate. That adoption of the rate is not this evening. It's will be postponed this evening, but we do the budget first so that you know what rate to adopt. But those two things need to line up here very shortly. So just keep that in mind as we're going through the decisions tonight. What have I missed before we open it for discussion? Or
That's it. You got it.
not a lot to talk about since we've done such long budget workshops up to this point, but do you have any questions or comments or?
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
When I look, just explain, can you help explain this to me? Like, the current year actual revenue projection is 2.669. Is that correct, if I'm reading that right? On the top line, just on the administration?
For administration, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
And so that's when we say current year actual revenue projection. So that's what we project, since we're not actually done with our current fiscal year yet. Able has extrapolated those out through the remainder of the year.
Actually, I guess better is just to look at the general fund total. Like 2.8.
Yes. Yeah.
And then, so the balanced budget doesn't increase the revenue. I just was like looking to make the, it seems like for the motion, it's like you're saying, hey, we need to increase it by 300,000 or 400,000 is what the language needs to say, if I'm reading that correctly.
I think it's,
Right, so if y'all were to adopt a budget that included either the balanced budget rate or their voter approval rate, this is just a statutory requirement that we also do the separate motion to ratify the tax increase, and that is the information. Those numbers came from those budget cover sheets that are on those 3 documents. They're just calculated in the budget process, so it's probably not something you can see right here. It's
okay.
based on the way the rate affects the proposed value. So,
I have a question, and this may be an able question, but as I understand it, the revenue number that shows up for administration is an allocated number in the sense that you get tax revenues in one pot, you take out the debt service, and the rest of it gets spread across those departments that don't have their own source of revenue. So because of that, that's why that number looks odd, because it's net of the increased debt service. Would that be a right way to say it, Abel?
For the 23-24 year, you're correct.
Okay, yeah.
okay, council, that's your update, and that's the discussion, but go ahead.
Another way to say it would be that we're not really we're increasing the general fund revenues by about $46,000. So most of the increase in the valuation of property, most of the revenue increase due to valuation changes in property have fallen to the debt
Got
service.
it.
So
Right.
that's another way to say it. We
Okay.
can,
Good,
yeah,
po- good point.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
if that's right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, if there's no other discussion on agenda item number 2, I will go ahead and open I'll move to agenda item number 3 and open a public hearing on the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. And go. I think it's safe to say we have no one here to testify unless there's anyone online. If so, feel free to raise your hand if you're wishing to testify and offer public comment on the 2023-2024 budget. Again, this is the budget we've been working on. It is reflective of the exceptional items that you've expressed interest in including. Anything else to say on this?
no, that's all.
And with that, we will, and I opened that public hearing at 6:12, and I'm closing the public hearing also at 6:12 p.m. Anything else to do on the public hearing?
Nope.
All right, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 4, discussion and possible action on an ordinance of the City of Rollingwood, Texas, adopting the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget beginning October 1, 2023, and ending September 30th, 2024, in accordance with the Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 102, providing for the filing of the budget, providing that this ordinance shall be cumulative of all ordinances, providing a severability clause and providing an effective date. And with that, the motion, or the item is before you. I will accept a motion, and then we can have discussion if you'd like. And I think you have sample, this is one of those items that has a very specific motion that needs to be made, and I think you all have that in front of you, so if anyone would like to make it.
No, you do. I could do it. I move to approve ordinance 2023-09-2004, adopting the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget beginning October 1st, 2023 and ending September 30th, 2024, that adopts the balanced budget rate.
Second.
Okay, you have a motion by Mr. McDuffie, a second by Ms. Hudson, or who was it? I was looking down. All right, Ty's gonna go to the pro tem, so, on this one. So you do have a motion and a second. We'll have discussion, and just for the record, that rate that is included in what we're calling the balanced budget amendment, or the balanced budget revenue, budget is .1917, just for clarity and for the record. Council, again, this is, thank you all for your work on this budget. I think you did a great job. Thanks to the staff for working so hard, especially Abel, and helping pull all this together. And I can't thank Ashley enough for all her hard work on this budget as well. I think it's a solid budget. I think you've done a great job prioritizing the needs of the community and your exceptional items. I think our staff and our department heads did a great job in managing their budgets and bringing forth a very slim, a very lean budget for us to work from that gave you the ability to reprioritize some of those funds to some of the other items for the department. So I think it's a good budget, and I think it's the right approach to go with the balanced budget approach. And with that, unless you have other discussion,
I was to say thank you for all your work, because I know you put in a lot of time and effort on this too, and it's a much simpler process for the rest of us.
thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm thankful that you feel like it's somewhat simple, at least. So, this is a record vote, and I will call the roll. Ms. Brown.
Aye.
Mr. Robinson.
Aye.
Mr. Glasheen.
Aye.
Mr. McDuffie.
Aye.
Ms. Hudson.
Aye.
Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And we will now, since you did adopt the balanced budget, I do need a motion reflective of that language that's shown below. And again, if you want to write it down, what will the exact number be? They need to put in the blank.
Right here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
She's way ahead of me, and I wasn't reading. So to be filled into that blank, you'll just quote the balanced budget rate of $361,669. Whoever wants to make that motion.
I move to ratify the property tax increase in the amount of $361,669 reflected in the budget.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson and a second by Ms. Brown. Further discussion, council?
I believe, sorry, you may have misspoken just a little bit. So I think the amount that we want to reflect is $36,169. Right?
No.
No?
No, it's
Okay.
361. Yeah.
361, this one right here.
Oh, okay. 360, okay. Sorry.
Right?
No problem.
Dyslexia
Yeah, that's
strikes
right.
again.
Yep.
Any more discussion?
No.
Okay, council. With that, you have a motion and a second. This also is a record vote, and I will call the roll. Ms. Brown.
Aye.
Mr. Robinson.
Aye.
Mr. Glasheen.
Aye.
Mr. McDuffie.
Aye.
Ms. Hudson.
Aye.
Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Again, thank you, council. We now have a budget for this upcoming year. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 5. We're now moving out of budget world and into the rate setting, the tax rate setting world. And with that, on agenda item number 5, I will open a public hearing on the fiscal year 2023-2024 ad valorem tax rate. And recognize anyone who wishes to testify on the tax rate. Seeing no one in the audience, asking for anyone online who may be interested in testifying on the tax rate. And no one signed up. Okay. With that, I opened that public hearing at 6:18 p.m. I will close the public hearing at 6:18 p.m. And we will move on to agenda item number 6. Agenda item number 6, discussion and possible action to postpone the final vote on the ad valorem tax rate for fiscal year 2023-2024 until Thursday, September 28, 2023 at 3 p.m. And with that, council, I will take
So moved.
accept a motion. You have a motion by Ms. Hudson to postpone the adoption of the ad valorem tax rate until September 28, 2023 at 3 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson and a second by Mr. Robinson. Just discussion on this. Obviously, as we work through this process, we've given the public an opportunity to weigh in on this tax rate. We now have heard all of their testimony, and you can take it back and sleep on it. And then we will come back on the 28th and make a final decision on the tax rate. And that tax rate that we will be recommending at that time will be reflective of the budget that you just adopted, which is the balanced budget, option. And again, that tax rate that we'll be recommending to you on the 28th will be 0.1917 per $100 valuation. And with that, any other discussion?
I did have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Did you know what the legislature ever did with all that property tax relief they were promising with all that budget surplus?
Yeah, they gave it to you,
So,
but
we're
it
gonna
won't be in any of our. It's all school. It's all school. It's school compression, and there's a significant amount. Everyone will get up to $100,000
exemption.
in homestead exemption.
Okay, so our taxpayers should see some relief.
They'll see relief in their bottom line,
Right. Okay.
and it won't really affect our world that much.
Sure. But what they're actually paying should go down.
It should.
Which, that's good news.
It is good news. Yep.
All right, thanks.
Okay, we have specific language on this. Oh yeah, you already did that. Is this a record vote? I'll go ahead and do a record vote on this. Record vote, and we'll start with Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown.
Aye.
Mr. Robinson.
Aye.
Mr. Glasheen.
Aye.
Mr. McDuffie.
Aye.
Ms. Hudson.
Aye.
Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. With that, we will move. Oh, we're just rocking and rolling here. We might get out early after all. We will now move to public comment on our agenda for the evening. If it's okay with you, we'll just keep rolling, if that works for everybody. I don't think there's anything too earth-shattering here. Open public comment for items not on the agenda. Desiree, do we have anyone signed up? Okay. That we will close public comment at this time and move on to agenda item number 7, our public hearing section of the agenda. Agenda item number 7, public hearing, discussion, and possible action on a resolution reauthorizing all building permit fees in accordance with HB number 1922, 88th regular session. This is a bill that moved through the legislature that we were updated by council. It is just a sort of a check the box sort of thing that we have to periodically go back through and adopt the fees that are already on the books here by ordinance for the city of Rollingwood, and that's what this is. It's just giving an opportunity for the public to weigh in on those fees on a periodic basis. I don't see anyone here to do such weighing in, so I will take a motion if someone will give it to me.
Do you want to do the public hearing?
What's that?
Do you want to open the public hearing, just in case? Or,
Oh, I thought I did open the public hearing.
Oh.
I will officially open the public hearing at 6:22 p.m. to receive comment on agenda item number 7. Is there public comment? Seeing and hearing none and seeing none online, I will now close the public hearing at 6:23 PM and turn it over to council for the motion.
Motion to reauthorize our permit fees.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen and a second by Ms. Hudson. Discussion? Hearing none.
So when,
Okay.
quick question.
Yes,
When
ma'am.
was the last time we reauthorized?
When is the last time? We've actually sort of done it on a piecemeal basis. We brought some in and updated them and changed them. And this is, I think, to my knowledge, this is the first time we've done it as a package.
As a whole
Okay.
for building, and we'll plan to bring this back every year with the budget, just so we're
I
sure
didn't
we,
remember ever having,
It's new.
Done the whole
It's a
thing.
new thing. Yeah.
right,
In fact, we need to
it
add.
just seems like
put
this
it
is
on the
it.
chart.
And
Put it on the
when-
chart.
Well, if you want to forget about it, it's every 10 years.
Right, so we'll plan on doing it annually, just with this whole slew of items we do in September on the chart. In
The
September.
chart. We just refer to it as the chart.
The chart.
We'd be breaking the law
Breaking
if we
the law.
didn't reauthorize.
Breaking the
Well, I
law.
Forget.
understand that, I understand that, but I'm just saying, if you only do it once every 10 years.
Oh, it's 10
easy-
years?
Yeah.
It's easy to
Oh,
lose.
that's crazy. I was thinking it was every year.
Yeah.
No, that's why I'm
Yeah.
asking, because every 10 years, it's real easy to forget about it.
Right, we need a time.
We're just gonna do it every year.
A time capsule.
Every.
Yes.
Actually, our Gantt chart goes every 5 years, so put it on the 5-year rotation, if you would.
Okay,
We will.
you got it.
We will be
Do it
twice as
early.
good as the state tells us to be. How's that?
That's crazy.
Okay, all those did we vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. That we move on to the consent agenda. And I will entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Move adoption of the consent agenda?
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. With that, we will move on to some of our substantive regular agenda items. And the first up being agenda item number 11, discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending ordinance number 2022-09-2104, adopting and approving amendments to the budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022 and terminating September 30th, 2023, providing for adjustments of spending authority among budget line items and providing for immediate effectiveness. We can have Abel come up if you want to. This is the annual adjustment that we always do, just moving dollars from accounts that we needed to. This is just balancing our books basically for the end of the year. Yes, ma'am.
There's a difference in the ordinance number in the item number 11 and the title of the ordinance.
Well, that is a great
One's
catch.
092011 and one's 092104.
So that is, the first one is this year's ordinance, and the actual caption is, we're amending last year's budget ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I have to
Got it.
think about it really hard every year when we update this ordinance. 'cause
Yeah, technically, we're going back in time and saying, hey, the thing you did a year ago, we're now adjusting that to make sure that it matches with what we're about to do.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Any questions for Abel?
Yeah, I have some questions, specifically around the CIP, because there was like an additional, I think close to like $600,000 new in this, and I know that back in, I don't know, March or something, we did have a discussion and approved, hiring Kate Freeze to do the CIP 1 through 4, and I think the number was under 400,000 and plus another. So I'm just wondering what is this 600,000? That's my question. What is all this 600,000 and where are the invoices for this? And is this stuff we've spent now already this year, or is this next year?
Which item is it? I'm sorry. Or where is it?
Let me pull it up. So, sorry, yeah, I should
Should be
probably
there,
give you the
701.
number. So there are two things I saw that were CIP. One is like 200-5-60-5330, water CIP packages 1 through 4. So the amendment is for $213,000. And then there's another CIP, which is expenditure account under the Capital Projects Fund. It's 701-5-35-5330.
So I can explain so for the 482,000, that's actually a projection. They have only billed, we're closer to about 300 on billing, but we project by the end of, because they're actually putting it out to bid this week. So as far as like all of their going through bid phase services, we project that it'll be about that much. We don't know. It may come in less than that based on their work that they've done for us. So that's actually just a projection, so we don't exceed it this year. The 213 that's up in the water department, and Abel, you might have to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but we had established this account before we established the Capital Projects Fund, which is Fund 701. So we were originally accounting for it in the water department, but we felt that it would be, it might misstate that fund if we're putting, a couple $1 million through there as far as the water system updates go. So we made the decision to move that to Capital Projects Fund 701.
So
Yeah, the auditors also recommended that the expenditures be made out of capital projects fund as opposed to the water fund.
So it's really not, and I struggled with this too. Actually, I struggle with it every year. These aren't really necessarily expenditures per se. It's just moving them from one line item to another a lot of times. So
But I would think if that were the case, like, why didn't I see like a negative drain under the expenditure in the wastewater fund?
Well, we had already made those expenditures in the water fund. We had already paid bills out of there.
Well, I'm guessing if we're just moving, like, okay, we had this expenditure of 213,000 in the budget, and it was in the water fund. Like, why don't I see in this expenditure accounts here, like, that 200,000 coming out, wastewater going in to the, or what were you saying? It was in the water or the wastewater?
Well, initially, since the capital projects fund did not exist when the bills were paid, we paid them out of the water fund, out of that particular line item. The 200-5-60-5330 called water CIP packages 1 through 4. As you can see, there was no initial budget for those expenditures, but we had to pay the bills out of there because that was the only fund that existed at the time.
Okay, but is that not like part of the K-Freeze budget? Is that, what are the invoices for that? Like,
It
I tried
is.
to look-
It
I tried
is.
to look through, because I only saw, like, in this packet, I only saw one invoice for K-Freeze. It was like 100 and something thousand back in
Mhm.
July. So I was just kind of wondering.
We can take a second look at those invoices, but I think, and Abel, the intent, we're going to zero out the 200 water CIP department. Is that correct?
We're going to be transferring the cash to cover those expenditures out of the bond issue.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, my question is just like, I guess I just want to see what those expenditures were, because I thought that, like, if they're just K-Freeze, I thought that we voted back that they were gonna, like, limit their bill phase services for a lump sum totaling $384,178.67, and a not to exceed amount of $39,600 for construction phase services, for a grand total of $423,778.67. So that's, like, I just don't understand what those are, I guess, is all I'm saying. Yeah.
And that estimate, that might have been on our projecting method when we did the estimate, because if they're going to stop there, that's based on how much they had billed us already, and I think we projected it out to make sure we didn't miss the mark. But if they've already put a not to exceed, then I think we might have just overestimated our need to adjust that department or that line item.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember it as a not to exceed number 2.
Mhm.
That's a good catch.
Yeah, can pull up or.
But it still, to me, still doesn't account for the 213,000. I don't know what that is.
Mhm. Abel, does this count that $213,000 twice? Would this be taking into account that much in the water fund? Because I remember us coming up with that 480 for the total amount, but I think it might include that.
It might, I initially did the, in the water fund, that 213 based on the bills that we had paid at that
Mhm.
time
Mhm.
to K-Freeze. And then when the 482 came along, we might have put it in and not taken out
I don't think
the
we
water
took out
fund.
the
the
213.
water fund portion.
Mm-hmm.
We can take out
I
that
could s-
213,000
That
if
would
you,
make
if we
more
had the
sense
not
to
to
me.
exceed the 400.
Yeah, that would
Mhm.
make more sense to me. The other thing is question about their invoices. Like I saw, it's like July, so it's already been like another couple months. So, like we get them like, I guess they've already sent us an August invoice, right? Or Probably,
Have we
but-
received August?
Bring it back. We have, I think it just might depend on our AP process and when it gets picked up for the packet. So I know we already have another invoice. I don't know that we have August though, actually.
okay, yeah.
I don't
we
think
have
we've paid
July in there.
August.
Maybe that's
Mhm.
it.
We can,
I think we could do it one of two ways. You could make the motion, or do we have a motion?
we would want one, right?
We do have a motion.
We don't have it. Oh,
No,
we
I
do
think
have.
we have.
But you
We
can,
don't.
well, whatever, you can make or amend the motion to be reflective of this change if you want, and go ahead and adopt it, or we could bring it to you, back to you next month, whatever you want to do.
We're meeting next week, right? Or
Briefly, but
We do
yeah.
have the 28th, yeah.
Yeah, we could do that.
We could have it ready for that meeting. That might be better. I was gonna ask Abel if we could still do this in October. I think we would still be able to amend that budget, but
Not in October.
not in October.
No.
So we can bring something back on the 28th if that's what would be the preference.
I mean, I would love that, but there's 4 other members here. So.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that. That way we don't have to rush it tonight and have a kind of a nebulous amendment or a nebulous motion. So
Great.
we will bring this back to you at the next on the 28th, and we'll fine tune that. Are you
Okay.
good on your
Yes,
instructions? Okay.
for sure.
Okay. So with that, we will postpone item number. Actually, we'll just bring back item number 11. We'll move off of item number 11 for the time being. And move on to agenda item number 12, discussion and possible action on a resolution approving a budget for the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation, Rollingwood, Texas, for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023, and ending September 30th, 2024. I'll turn this over to Ashley in just a second. We have, over the last couple of years, kind of fine-tuned this. The timing on when we approved the RCDC budget, we've gotten in a jam in previous years because we didn't have good coordination with RCDC, but I think we've fine-tuned our process a little bit. And with that, I'll let Ashley lay out the RCDC budget for you.
Yes, so the RCDC adopted their budget on August 14th. So you'll see in that attachment there, it's kind of confusing because there's an Exhibit A within an Exhibit A, but the city's resolutions Exhibit A is the full budget approved by the RCDC in August. And so we tried to get them to make that request early so that when it comes back to council, you're able to approve it and they're able to start their budget on 10/1 at the same time that the city does. So their budget is here and we're requesting a motion to approve the RCDC budget.
I have a question.
Sure.
What is the 55,000 for mobility, connectivity, and S? I guess I got cut off.
and safety plan. So this was a project that they had brought to the city council last year. They just did not spend the money last year, and so they're requesting to roll that over into this next year's budget for some kind of traffic plan. The plan is still to be developed to figure out what kind of plan they would like to do with that.
But we've approved and authorized whatever it's gonna be. We're just giving them discretion to do whatever they come up with for that.
Right. They brought a project forward. It was approved by resolution. I think it's not 100% formed in the resolution, but there are limits on what they can do just based on the law for what they can do as the Community Development Corporation.
And just generally, like, what's the one sentence description of the project?
I would have to go back and look.
Okay.
It's
I
been-
think it was a traffic count study and is that right?
Was that
It
right?
was something like that.
Traffic engineering study and possibly sidewalks on Edge Grove might be included in that.
I
That's
think
right.
it was. It was kind of the Edge Grove traffic count.
Connection of the residential to the.
Connectivity with the,
Studying all that?
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, thanks.
I think that it's been, I've slept many times since then, but
Yeah.
that's what I recall.
Okay, thank you.
So they haven't included anything for MOPAC this year?
They have not. Generally, that, I guess, is a recommendation from council to, or a request from council to suspend or to put it in their budget.
And we can amend this budget?
Yes.
We can.
Okay.
I knew where
Because
you
we
were
haven't had an update on
Yeah.
MOPAC lately, and we're supposed to have one tonight.
Tonight, yeah.
so, um,
Yes, we could amend it going forward.
They talked about last time.
It's all subject to amendment, so I'll make a motion to approve the RCDC budget.
We have a motion by Mr. Glasheen. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion, council? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And do we have ATS here?
We do.
Okay, great. Move on to agenda item number 13, discussion and possible action to revise the proposal from ATS establishing a survey benchmark network for the city of Rollingwood. Council, I'm going to let Ashley explain this to you. We're bringing this back to you. The plan here is to either continue on the path that you've already approved with ATS to establish the network, the survey benchmark network. However, we'll tell you, because of some of the discussions that Mr. Glasheen had at the time of making sure that we were sharing information between our engineer and ATS, I'll let them explain further, but let's just say that we followed through on that, and then that spurred some light bulbs to go off of, hey, there's maybe a different way we could do this. And so with that, that's a teaser, and then I'll let y'all explain
You said
what
it
I mean by
perfectly.
that, because that's about the extent of my knowledge.
No, you nailed it. And we have Andrew Jimenez here with ATS to explain the differences in the proposed proposals. I'll just remind y'all that the original proposal that was approved was for $25,000, and he has brought a revised proposal here today.
Yes, that's correct. So based on the request to try to repurpose some of that existing information, upon receiving it from K-Freeze, it did spawn a light bulb in that we started thinking about the tolerances of a proper control network to speak to the initiative here. What we came up with, so what we had originally proposed is a very textbook way of creating this network, okay? And that produced a 10-day estimated work time in the field, about 5 days in the office to be able to produce a deliverable. And in seeing that data and in thinking about new ways to accomplish very high accuracy information, we were able to come up with a solution that would probably take 3 days. Rather than going through a more rigorous level instrument and just kind of that textbook method, we do feel that we can use current technology to produce a very high level solution for the benchmark and network, and I believe that we quoted we could probably save somewhere in the tune of $10,000 just by changing our field processes. So we feel that we have a good plan for y'all to achieve this control network, and per the request of looking at what available resources were there, we feel that we've done that.
And can you explain, as I understand it, it's a little bit more technology centric, is that right?
That's right. So again, the original plan was to use the traditional level instrument and create this network. The modern day GPS does have a feature in which you can take a 3-minute shot, which creates the most accurate observation utilizing the GPS. And so what we would do is use that and take multiple to create an average. Make sure there's no anomalies, make sure there's not just one bad observation for any reason. And that creates the opportunity to be at a manhole, which is what we designated as an ideal source for a benchmark. We could be there for 10 minutes, move on to the next. Reminder that we anticipated about 45 manholes to be used for benchmarks. So now we're talking about, let's say, 450 minutes total, whereas before we were talking about a 2-week period, just because of the more rigorous man effort.
Is there any way to tie that back to an actual,
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a really great question. The original intent was to be able to do that. We will still continue to tie back to original reference and look for any sort of a date of adjustment that would need to take place. I will also say with the technology where it is right now, it's so good. The question really becomes, what is your acceptable error? There's always an error, so what is the acceptable error? And what we're striving for here is, it's less than the width of a finger, We feel that for the purposes of what we've put this plan in place for, that's more than adequate. And we can mitigate, we can reduce the error to ourselves, and most importantly, for the people using it, not extend it to them. It kind of stays with us at a ground level. That error will not go to them.
Thanks for putting the effort in to go back and study ways to be more efficient and
Absolutely.
save costs. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that.
And thank you, Councilman, for
Yeah.
spurring the conversation that led to the light
That's
bulb.
right.
So, and I do want to echo that, because you weren't you could have just sort of glossed over that, but it does not go unnoticed that you came back and saved us money, and we will remember it.
Absolutely. We're still looking for more ways right now.
I thought you were going to say we're still looking for more work.
We're still looking for we're still looking for ways to accomplish efficiency and solutions. So
We appreciate it.
thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council, with that explanation, I would take a motion if you'd like to revise the previously approved method proposal.
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve the revised proposal from ATS Arch Technical Services to establish a survey benchmark network for the city of Rollingwood.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. With that, we will move. I'm going to come back. I did hear from, I think Ms. Patillo is going to try to come help us. If that's okay, can I come back to this?
Yeah, she probably
It
wasn't
was-
expecting us to get to her before
Yeah, I don't.
7 o'clock.
Yes,
so.
I wasn't either. So we will hold off on that, and please remind me, Ms. Hudson, to come back to your agenda item number 14. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 15: discussion and possible action to select an IT services provider for the city of Rollingwood. And with that, I will recognize Ms. Wayman to talk us through. I think you received an email, council, that gave you some insight into the proposals. We did do the RFP that had been previously approved by council. We received those those submittals back, and thank you to staff for going through them and preparing a matrix for you all to take a look at. Ms. Wayman, do you want to talk us through that?
Sure. So we received 3 proposals in response to our RFP for IT services. In the order received, we received them from Dual Origin LLC, a company that the city has not currently worked with before, Univista, which is our current provider for the police department, and TeamLogic IT, which has actually acquired Digio, which was the current provider for the admin and public works side. A little history back on this. Originally, I believe Univista, or I believe Digio was our original provider, and then when the police department had a need for CJIS certification, they had to seek a vendor that was able to get CJIS certified, and so that is how we ended up with these 2 separate vendors. We've really enjoyed working with both of them. We just see that there is some room for efficiencies in having a single provider for the entire city, so that we're not always having to call back and forth and kind of do that extra work. Y'all have all received a summary of the RF or the proposals provided. Some of the most, we listed out all of the factors in the RFP that we were going to be considering them on. All 3 would be a great provider for the city. We can't deny that any of them would do a good job. But based on the information we received, we are making a recommendation that the city go with Univista, and this is based on a couple major things. First, they're already CJIS certified, and so none of that data that we have with them would have to be converted. They already have the abilities and the capabilities we need there. And the pricing structure was also appealing. So they ended up, their proposal would cost approximately $5,500 per month. That was a little bit lower than the next one, which was TeamLogic IT. There is something that with moving from TeamLogic IT, there are going to be some migration costs that we're going to have to incur. Univista did provide an option for that to be leased to us as opposed to purchased all up front. So they estimate that that's going to cost approximately $124,000 in total, and that's in any new equipment needed, new servers, just that migration. But they did provide this a lease option where we could lease that from them for 36 months. And another part of that is that's a total worst case scenario. So that's if they were to come into City Hall and none of our equipment was usable. And that's definitely not the case, but they wanted to provide kind of the best case or the worst case there, so we knew what it could possibly be. Other than that, we did provide a 5-year total here. We used 5 years because that's the amount of time before we generally require we go back out for RFP for our major contracts. They generally have had a really good working relationship with the city and with the police department. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions or discuss the proposals.
I have a quick question. You talked about the data migration costs being estimated as kind of a worst case scenario of about $125,000. And is that going to be billed? I saw the hourly rates that it's billed on, but if there's hardware costs, are those billed at actual cost, or are they marked up at a certain rate, or do we know?
Sure, I believe we actually have someone
Okay.
from Univista here that may be better to answer that than myself.
How are you guys doing? I'm Larry, by the way. So I own Univista. Costs, we'll always bill you actual costs that we spend. So we're estimating like worst case, 120,000. But like for instance, we know the RFP required 3 firewalls. We know that we can reduce it to 1. So we're already going to drop a significant amount off the top for that. Can you hear me okay, by the way?
No.
Okay. Labor, we're going to bill what we actually spend. So the big thing is that we need to get in, figure out what the true lay of the land is, because we haven't really been able to get in and poke around on the city side of the network. But then once we do, we'll be able to come up and say, okay, it actually looks like this, and here's the actual estimate. And then based off that, we'll have an actual working budget. And then usually with that, we're usually within a range of 10%, usually less, because we always try to give you, this is the worst case.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
It did. So labor rates you've got in here and other costs, hardware costs are all billed at cost with no markup. That's,
Well, there is markup.
Well, that
You know,
was my
We are
question.
a for-profit business.
well, I know,
so-
I understand. I'm happy for people to get markup. I
Yeah.
am. You have to have it. My only question was, what is it? Is it
Oh, what is-
150%, 200%?
Oh, no, we're
20%?
we're a small business selling hardware. In the computer market, it's usually anywhere from 10% down.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I was just curious about
That's
that.
better than 150.
Yeah.
We just
Yeah.
saved 40%.
There's not much markup in the computer industry. I don't know why so many people do it, but we do.
I was curious. Thank you for answering the question.
Sure, not a problem.
And feel free, I'm going to ask anyone else from the other two companies to make a few comments if they would like. They're not obligated to, but while you're there, if you'd like to say anything else, you can, because I'm going to, or you may, and I'm going to offer the same opportunity to anybody else. So.
Sure, and I'll just give you a little bit of background. Yeah, we have been working with the city, and I apologize, I can't remember how long. We started doing this with cities in 2006. And at that time, we started tuning our operations to work with local governments. So, all of our IT professionals, the techs that work on systems, are CJIS certified. We go through a complete FBI background check, drug testing. Our average customer relationship, the time that a customer is with us right now is about 9.5 years. We've been in business for over 20 years, 26 years to be exact. That's why I have all the gray hair. So, so we've been really lucky. We believe in maintaining a strong relationship. We're not going to gouge anybody. When we screw up, we're going to tell you we screw up, and we're going to own it. In terms of the proposal, we're going to try to be completely fair, which is what we did, and why one of the things, because I wrote the response. When we were looking at the numbers, it was like, man, this is a lot for a little city. So that's why we started looking, figuring out what are some creative ways to get you guys over the hump on this, and that's where we came up with, potentially a lease option, to get it all squared away. The other thing that's mentioned in there is we won't be able to move you like immediately. We're going to start working on it right away, but there's going to be some time where there's, basically you're running on two systems. So one of the other things that we put in there is we don't, on day one, think it's fair to charge you this additional proposed rate. So right now we have a current rate that we're supporting the police department at. We want to keep you at that rate until such a time as we can bring the entire city up and running under our infrastructure, because that's the right thing to do. Does that make sense?
Get another question.
Yeah, sure.
What happens, like you guys take over, you're running it, and we get a ransomware attack and all our data gets frozen up? How do we deal with that?
Part of the agreement, in terms of cost, part of the agreement says that as long as we're maintaining your system, there's really no additional cost for maintaining it. There is additional cost for projects, for instance. So part of our process is we'll meet with your staff at least quarterly, sometimes more than that. We'll work with you to establish a budget, so that really at least 3 years out what you should anticipate spending outside of the support agreement. But when it comes to that ransomware attack, if your office burns down, we're going to rebuild it, and it's part of our cost.
Okay. And last question I've got for you is, I'm in liability business. Do you guys carry liability insurance?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
$2 million, cybersecurity insurance,
Great.
you name it. And
I want to talk to MGM about that.
sorry.
I want to talk to MGM and Caesars about that.
Oh yeah,
Scott
exactly.
Scott
That
Adams.
one, and thank you for mentioning that. One of the other things that we include with our support agreement is cybersecurity training, because that MGM hack was because somebody called into their support desk and got access to a machine, and then the hackers fed back basically a Trojan and took over the network.
Well, we don't know how to do that, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. But cybersecurity training is about recognizing things like that, exploits like that.
We actually
So-
were required to do some by the state recently.
Right.
And so we did that, so.
Yeah. So we'll actually be pushing out on regular basis fake things like that. And then there will actually be a report given to you that says these people actually clicked on these things so that we can offer additional
Awesome.
training. So that's a standard part of our process because, you could put the best software in front of, somebody, but it's going to be reactive. The best thing that you can do to be proactive is to teach people to do the right thing.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. Any other questions?
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So it's been a while since I sat in their seats, and I remember when you came before us and we had this long CGIS discussion.
Oh, okay.
And I don't remember the specifics at all, and this may be a dumb question, but CGIS is a standard, right? It's a standard of operation, of security, of what?
It's similar to like HIPAA for the medical industry or PCI for anybody that takes credit cards. It's a standard of operations. So for instance, one part of the CGIS is that the information that a police department collects, it needs to be secured properly because it's not correct to expose that information that, to somebody that could exploit it. So you have to have the proper securities on the network. You have to make sure that the information is backed up. There has to be basically a trail of change. It's called change management. So there are all these policies and procedures around it that we've basically put into our operations so that we can support organizations like yours.
Because if I'm not mistaken, you're, quote, CGIS certified, right? So it's a certification that you're doing all of those things, right?
Right.
And so that's leading to my question. Since that is the standard of that's required for police department data and management and that sort of thing, we'll have that same level of standard on this side of?
Actually, no.
Okay.
What we'll do is and this is why it's worked out to have a police department IT firm and a city IT firm, is because the city has to have a higher standard of security, the police department has to have a higher standard of security because there's a higher standard because of CGIS. If we were to implement CGIS all the way across the network, then everybody has to be CGIS trained, everybody has to be CGIS certified. You have to do all the same things on the parts of the network that don't necessarily need that. So it's much easier and more efficient to just isolate the parts of the network. So you have the CGIS network part of the network, or if you're taking credit cards, you have a PCI part of the network.
Okay, that's where I was sort of going. And again, I don't know the terminology, but is there a CGIS Lite? Because we do have sensitive information in our utility billing department
Sure.
and some of those sorts of things that I assume you'll be taking a look at to see if we've got best management practices in place and that sort of thing. It may not be CGIS, but it's
Absolutely. Yeah, one of the things that we do, and I described it in the proposal or briefly, but we have a standards alignment process where we have people that go out and proactively assess your environment. And we'll make recommendations like if you don't have two-factor authentication turned on your in your environment, we'll get it turned on for you, or we're recommending that it gets turned on. And then as soon as that happens, you're a little bit more secure. So there are things like that we'll suggest and ask you to do, and then it comes down to when it fits into your budget, if there's a cost.
okay. Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions?
I think I have a question about like the hardware or the
Sure.
that you said, because when I do the math, it seems like if you factor that in, the price is close to $10,000 a month. If I'm doing the math in my head right. I was just trying to figure out, the estimate you had was like 120 something thousand, I think,
Sure.
somewhere in that range. I was just kind of going through this proposal, just trying to figure out how does that break down? Like I see like network infrastructure, I see 31,000 there, and I see server infrastructure. Am I looking in the right spots? Like basically add all these different elements up and then I'll get somewhere in that range?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
and I apologize, 120 I think is, just kind of like a rough estimate. I'm not sure what the exact number is, I'd have to go calculate it all. I think it's in here. I'm pretty sure it's in here, but that's, just basically all of those different things added up outside of the support itself. So that would be the cost to get things converted, but, again, we're positive that we're not going to have to spend all of that. That was just kind of like based off the RFP in the worst case.
So on the server infrastructure, for instance, I'm looking down the list, SQL, Microsoft SQL server license $972. I mean, is that like you buy it once, or is that an annual thing, or like that's?
It's a buy it once, but Microsoft, like let's say 3 years down the road, Microsoft decides to change their license model. There's potential that, that there would be some additional costs, but what we're going to do is make sure that you understand what they are so that you can anticipate costs when they occur. In this case, you would just buy it once, and then there's an access license per client that you would get. So that cost is, built into that. So that would be the cost to run your Encode server, I believe. In addition to whatever Tyler Technology will pay. So Tyler Technology is the vendor for Encode.
And then like server VMs, like virtual machines. I mean, that sounds like a cloud thing, like a subscription. I mean, that doesn't sound like a hardware necessarily.
Sure. So, and you guys tell me when I'm getting too far into the weeds, because I can nerd out sometimes. But basically, every computer, like your computers right in front of you, have more than enough computing power to do, whatever you're doing on them right now. So virtual machines were developed by like VMware, Microsoft has their own, that's what we use, to where you have like this virtual computer inside the hardware. So when we talk about getting you some hardware, we'd get you, if you need hardware, we would get you that hardware and then put virtual machines on top of it. So you may end up having one physical thing, but you may have 3 virtual machines inside it.
I see. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I think that's all I had.
Okay. Yeah, I could talk about this all day, so anytime you got questions, you let me know. Is there anything else that I can help you guys with?
Council, any other questions for you?
Well, I guess one more thing, is the equipment that we have equipment now, or maybe this is for Ashley, do we have, we obviously have equipment now, is it like end of life on all this, or what?
We estimate that less than half of our equipment would need to be replaced, and it's not that it's necessarily end of life. It's would it make sense to go through a little bit of expense to updating it to this new environment, or is it close enough to end of life that it might need to be replaced? I know for a fact like half of the computers in this room are all new within the last year or two, and so if it's needed to do for a $200 upgrade to those, I think it makes sense. But if it's something that might be going out of life within the next couple of years, it might need to be updated. And then as far as other equipment goes, we're on a cloud environment here, and I'm not messing up these terms too much, but the PD's on they have their servers physically in the building, and we don't. And so this could possibly include additional servers and things like that, depending on the situation once they get in here.
And if I can pitch on that, we need to really kind of jump in and do some really hard planning. We're responding to the RFP and the way it's laid out. For instance, one of the answers to the questions that were asked about the RFP, we asked how many machines are still under warranty. The response was there's only one device under warranty, and it's the firewall. Now, that's probably incorrect because you said half of the machines are new. So right there, we're cutting any workstation purchases that we were estimating potentially in half. So we really got to kind of figure out what exactly we need to replace. Some of the other things, it makes sense to put some file services in the cloud. Being in the cloud means that there's basically just a virtual machine running on some infrastructure that you guys log into through the internet. That's the environment right now. So really the way we kind of see it is it's ultimately it's going to end up being a mix. But again, we have to, really do some really hard planning for you to get it all squared away. Does that make sense?
Okay, and I do want to give an opportunity for the other folks to speak. So any other questions for Univis?
I have a question for you. So,
For me?
yeah. You
You-
said there was a 5-year breakdown on the different costs of different vendors. I'm not finding that in.
I think it may have been in the email that Ashley
Yeah, it's
sent,
in the
but I don't
email.
think it got posted.
Oh, it's in
Why don't
the
you
email.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I can pass out.
Ashley, while I'm recognizing folks, Ashley will get you
I have a
some
few.
data on
Yeah.
that.
Do you want to pass these up?
Okay, great.
It's at the bottom of that document. It's at the
I
bottom.
just got the email, I didn't get a hard copy.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for being here.
Sure.
Appreciate it. And with that, if anyone from Team Logic IT would like to speak, yeah, come on up. I'll just say a few words about Team Logic. As we've discussed, they have been handling the city side of our IT needs for the last several years, and I've always appreciated, or you and I haven't worked together, but I've heard good things, and appreciate you always helping us out in times of need. And with that,
Sure.
you have the floor.
So our response to the RFP was to basically keep the systems as they exist now, because that keeps the two systems separate, as you're mentioning. The only difference is we are not currently CGIS compliant. We did do the research on what we need to do to become CGIS compliant and can do it in a very timely manner, like within a month is what I'm understanding for our entire staff. The major differential is we just don't have we did this 7 years ago when we started working with y'all. The big question was about budget, that you didn't want to have a lot of capital expenditure. So that is why we put you guys on a cloud environment. You guys do not own a server. You guys, for the city side at least, you're hosting in our environment. And so therefore, you think of it as you're like renting your server, you're leasing your server space. We tried to put all of those expenditures into your monthly spend. So the only kind of expenditures we really see are when you need licenses, you're adding and removing users to the system. Those are typically monthly licenses, sometimes yearly, but it allows you to update as the updates come up. And computers. And with a cloud environment, you don't need as robust of a computer as you would with a traditional server. So we've been able to keep those costs low. Part of the system we've kept in place is replacing 25% of your computers every year, which is why we haven't had this mass expenditure of needing to buy a bunch of computers all in one go. So we were just utilize the equipment you guys already have. Did you guys have any
Great.
questions
Thanks.
about
Council, do you have any questions for our Team Logic folks? Go ahead.
It's like an annual, like 1-year contract kind of term. I mean, I think when I look at the other option, it was like if we're gonna have to lease do the lease back or whatever, then there's like a 3-year commitment. But is this like
This
an
is
annual commitment?
typically an annual commitment.
Okay.
Yeah, so at this point, you guys are on a month-to-month with us anyways. Since we transitioned to Team Logic IT, he likes to lock in a little bit longer period of time, just so we can do some planning ahead.
Okay, good. Council, any other questions? You good? Thank you again.
Okay,
Thanks
you're
for being
welcome.
here. Appreciate it. And anyone from Dual Origin who would like to speak? Happy to recognize you. Not seeing anyone.
Hi, this
Oh.
is Salvatore Folenza.
Hey, Salvatore.
Can you
welcome.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm one of the owners of Dual Origin. I just wanted to thank everybody on the council just for giving us the opportunity to present our proposal to you. We haven't worked with your organization before. We kind of planned kind of in a vacuum within the limits of the RFP, and our logic going forward is kind of max cost. We've done this we've managed these types of projects on the federal level based off of GSA rates, and understanding that owning equipment is better than renting sometimes. So we did max cost. Understand budgetary constraints. We are very flexible with trying to maximize as much cost as possible, but really appreciate the opportunity, and we hope to work with you and any others in the future.
Thank you, Salvatore. Thanks for responding to the RFP. We're always appreciative of having as many respondents as we can to our RFPs, and look forward to maybe working with you in the future too. Okay, council. Any other questions for Salvatore? Any other discussion? Happy to have it. Happy to take a motion. Yes.
Did I hear correctly that both of these vendors are currently working for the city? One in the police capacity, one in
That is correct.
Okay, so like the total for that, like, I mean, how much is our budget increasing in either one of these cases? Really, is it? Because I'm guessing Univista charges more, charges less than this number for just handling the police. I'm just kind of wondering, like.
So currently, yes, we're paying for the Univista portion. I think, and you mentioned earlier that's $3,300, and then we're paying approximately $5,000 to $6,000 per month for the administrative side currently. So we don't believe that it would be a great big difference.
I got it. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm slow. If I missed that
Sure.
earlier.
No, you didn't.
Actually, we didn't. Yeah,
We did not,
We didn't
no.
connect that dot.
And my only comment is that I have at the moment is that when people say lease, I think what they mean is finance. And so before we finance something, I'd like to know what the interest rate is and see whether it makes more sense for us to not finance it. So just, I know that's not a decision to be made today. I'm just sharing my philosophy on leasing.
Okay.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Fair point. Okay, council. Happy to. I mean, we don't have to make a decision on this tonight, although I think we would prefer to.
Well, I mean, I looked over all these, today, and I basically, after reviewing all of them, thought that Univista was probably our best solution from the standpoint of being integrated. My only concern was cost a little bit, but if you're certain that there isn't any significant additional cost or anything like that, then my recommendation would be for us to go ahead and select Univista as our vendor.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
You have a motion by Mr. McDuffie. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. McDuffie, a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Being 4 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries. All right, council, thank you. Thank you again to all of the respondents to the RFP, and we appreciate your responses and your prior service. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 16. Yes.
Can we back up since Amy's here?
I'm
So we
kind
can-
of looking at her out of the corner of my eye. I think that she's still preparing. And now she is prepared.
Okay.
So
We're
with
just gonna
that-
let you do your thing and then
Yes.
go home, so. But we can go ahead and
we
do
will-
16 if you need another.
With
few
that, we
minutes.
will move back to agenda item number 14, an update on the MOPAC South project, and recognize Ms. Hudson to open her agenda item. And then I suspect that we will ask Ms. Patillo to speak.
Yes, well, I just felt like we had not heard anything lately on what was happening, and Amy mentioned that there was some things going on that we needed to be aware of, and so she offered to come and fill us in, so.
And I'm aware of some of those items, and I thank you for putting it on the agenda. And with that, Ms. Patillo, if you would, I've sort of identified you, but if you'll identify yourself for the record and You have the floor.
Thank you. Amy Patillo, 3 Rockaway Cove. So back in March, I was here and I suggested the council start looking at potentially putting monthly items on the agenda to be able to start talking about MOPAC, because I thought there were some things that might be heating up. And at this point, I think there's still plenty of time to participate, but I appreciate the opportunity to just share a few things that have happened and think about how the city may want to participate as in a similar manner as in the past, or in a new manner, as the council may decide. So one thing that happened is that at the March 29th CTRMA board meeting, during the executive director's report, the executive director had one of their engineers do a presentation on why this project as an EA is sufficient. And so just to back up really quickly, the MOPAC South project has been progressing under an EA, which is an environmental assessment. And one of the things that the city of Rollingwood has requested multiple times, and other entities had requested, in addition to Travis County Commissioner's Court, is that the board go ahead and look at elevating the level of analysis that's happening on this project to an EIS, which is an environmental impact statement. Transportation has lots of acronyms, so hopefully I've gotten them correct at this point. Anyway, the board requested that the executive director actually take up this issue and look at what would be the cost impact. Does the CTRMA board even have the ability to request that this project now be moved from an EA to an EIS? Is that something they have the ability to vote on and request from TxDOT? Several different questions like that. So there was a presentation where the engineer who gave the presentation, there's a bunch of slides, and basically if you just look at the presentation, I think all the information is accurate, but it probably leaves out the parts that the city might want to address. So there's a lot of information showing how, because they've already done 5 rounds of open houses on this project, which is well above and beyond what is normally done on roadway projects, that the level of analysis that's already happened on this project is the same as what would happen if it was moved to an EIS. And so what was put out before the board to consider is that at this point, if they move to an EIS, it would purely be an administrative thing that would require the clock to restart, but that all of the same work that's done and all of the same analysis that's happened would be what happens again. I can't speak, I'm not a transportation engineer, so I can't speak as to whether that's accurate or not, but that's what was presented. What I would say, though, from the city having participated in this issue, is that Rollingwood sent a letter in back in 2015, and we're now in 2023. So if you look at on our website, we actually have all the letters that Rollingwood has sent in, and the letter that under Tom Farrell that the city sent in on July 23rd, 2015. One of the things at that point in time, we had legal advisor David Smith, who is one of our neighbors and has been really active and participating in a lot of areas. And this is an area where he is really skilled and understands the law. He helped the city in articulating its position to assert that we are a participating agency. And the reason that that's important is that a participating agency has more rights in how they get to participate in commenting on a project than an interested entity. So in response to our letter of July 23rd, TxDOT wrote a letter back to the city on August 13th, and they said, the city is not a participating agency, the city is an interested entity. And that this is an EA, and the city's rights are as an interested entity under an EA, not as a participating agency under an EIS. And like, I could have a spreadsheet for y'all, and that would probably be easier. But I'm in the middle of a production cycle, and I didn't have time to put together a spreadsheet. So the big picture item is that I think where we are is when that letter came in from TxDOT, David Smith, one of the things that he let the council know is that it was really, really important that the council understand that TxDOT had put in writing at that point in the process that Rollingwood was not being included as a participating agency, and that the assumption was that this was going to go forward as an EA. And the way that it was explained to us at that point in time is that's not a decision that TxDOT can make ahead of time. Like the point of doing the study, you do the study to decide whether you can get to a finding of no significant impact or that you need to do an EIS. And so by deciding that ahead of time, the way it's stated, there are some issues with it. And it has always been one of those letters that we have that we could, as a city, could point back to as potentially a point in the process where the city requested something and it wasn't properly responded to, potentially. That's the way I understand it. So what I would say is when I watched the CTRMA board meeting, the first thing that occurred to me was the CTRMA engineer doesn't represent the city of Rollingwood, nor our interests. So while there are a number of slides that she has there that compare what would have happened in an EA versus an EIS, there's no comparison of how we as an entity of the city of Rollingwood would have participated in the process differently if we were given the rights from the very beginning to have participated as a participating agency rather than an interested entity. And so that's just a preliminary matter of where in the city having a number of issues that have been tracked along, I would say that that's a starting point to make sure that the city has legal counsel reviewing the differences between those two issues and considering whether, as a city, Rollingwood agrees that what has been done up until this point under the EA is the same as how the city would have been allowed to participate under an EIS.
I have a question.
Yeah.
And first, I want to thank you
Yep.
for coming here to fill us in on, I know you've been tracking this, and we appreciate it. At least I'm sure we all do, but I certainly want to express my appreciation for the time and effort you put into this. My question is really kind of just a step back, one step and bigger picture, because I have not been involved in it as long as the other folks here. And I've just looked at the mopacsouth.com website to kind of try to understand what the proposals are, and I understand there's basically the idea to either build 1 or 2 express lanes, either with or without elevated ramps near the Barton Skyway, and I'm assuming that we have decided we don't like elevated ramps near the Barton Skyway, or we don't want anything to happen on Mopac. I don't know, but it seems like we should have, I just want to kind of understand what our end game goal is here as we weigh in on how much to push or not push on environmental impact studies versus environmental assessments. What's the bigger strategy as opposed to these tactics?
That's a great question. And different people intersect with this at different places, so I appreciate that higher level thought. So the city has taken the position from the very beginning that there is a solution that the city would support, but the city would like for it to be optimized in how it's studied in the same way that the other solutions have been optimized, because it hasn't been. And that solution would be 2 lanes in each direction with no elevations. And that is one of the proposals. The problem with it is that there's a number of functional improvements that are made in the other designs that could be included in that one but weren't included. And so when the traffic counts are done and other things like that, it looks like it's going to be slower, but there's not an actual comparison of how the 2 roadways would perform against each other because the same functional improvements haven't been done on all of the designs. So that's been at the very core one of the requests that the city has made over and over again in every letter that's been sent in, is just take the time to actually see if there's a way to not only include the functional improvements in that design that doesn't have elevations that are in the others, but also are there other functional improvements that could be done? And the city has suggested some of those as well.
Okay, thanks.
And that was very well explained. I think we've always tried to thread the needle, that we're not trying to be obstructionist when it comes to a South Mopac solution. We just would like to have the full analysis done. And I think we've always been opposed to the elevated lanes. We argue a little bit about the actual intersection of Bee Cave Road, and I think, I think their position has typically been that it's not, well, that's a different project. Okay, well, it's not really. I mean, so some of those issues. And just as a refresher too, Councilman, we do have all of the previous correspondence back and forth, and it is on our website, and all of that. I think it's accessible from the main website, is that right? Oh, it's in the sliding bar, so you might have to wait a minute until you can click on it, but it's there.
So the other comment I would have, just for y'all, and I can answer questions too, is the role that I'm appointed to right now from Travis County is the Travis County representative to Campo, which is our area's metropolitan planning organization. So it's 6 counties. There's representatives from all the counties. TxDOT sits on it. There's a couple of other representatives from Cap Metro and other places. So that body votes on how money is spent on roadways, and also does the planning, votes on planning of roadways for our 6-county region. There are a number of steps that have already happened related to Mopac South, where I, at this point, don't expect, unless there's a really significant push from an entity involved, or a really significant change in the scope of the project on Mopac, I don't expect the Campo board to see this project again in any way that the Campo board would vote on it, other than possibly what's called a TIP amendment at some point in time. However, the Campo board has given the executive director of Campo administrative authorization to approve certain types of TIP amendments. And the last one that came through related to Mopac South, CTRMA requested that it go through as an administrative amendment, and it did. So it's very likely that CTRMA will continue to ask for administrative amendments, which means it doesn't go up for a board vote. It means that the executive director sees it, signs it, and then the board is informed of it when it comes out in the next board meeting as a document that's part of the executive director's report. So
there's not a lot of transparency then in the process.
Yes. I am putting together some proposals for potentially seeing if we can get at least an alert when an administrative amendment comes in of some type, other than it just coming out at some of them come out 3 or 4 months after they happen in the board packet. So right now there's not a timeline on when they actually have to be put out for the public to know that they occurred. So part of the reason this has kind of become more of an issue is that with the I-35 project, which I'm not gonna go too outside the scope, but just to understand, there's a lot of discussion right now around administrative amendments and this issue because TxDOT actually requested public hearings, and the position was taken that they could have just allowed all of their recent amendments to go through by administrative amendment. So there is a lot of conversation happening about that line right now. So it might be a place where the city would be interested in weighing in at some point in time.
Well, the open houses that they have were years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So there has not been any public participation that I'm aware of in a long time.
So the last letter that the city has was from January 7th, 2022. The last open house was at the end of 2021. The other thing I would suggest that, and this is my understanding of an EA versus an EIS, is that one of the difference is that in an EIS, a lot more of the cumulative impacts of a project are studied than in an EA. And that can include how the roadway intersects with other roadways. And the reason I bring that up is the first time that any of the drawings from OPAC South showed even a little inkling of how MOPAC South is going to connect to MOPAC North as it was built out now with the toll lanes, were in that last open house at the end of 2021. And I made comments that I didn't feel like any member of the public would have been able to understand the way that they presented it. I had to spend time trying to figure it out, and I've been commenting on that issue for a lot of years. So I don't think it was presented in a way that the public could have actually been informed and commented on that issue. But that is another area where potentially requesting an EIS would require a greater study of and greater participation by the city in getting to comment on those impacts. And part of the reason that that's important is I don't necessarily want there to be a toll lane that effectively creates a bypass to our city and makes it so difficult for people to get off the toll lanes to get to the businesses here that they're not effectively accessible for people who are coming to use our business district.
Or for people to just get home.
That as well, yes. But there are cities that have fought toll lane designs in other areas of the state because those toll lanes created bypasses of business districts. There's one in San Antonio that's an example. So that's just another issue that kind of we've tracked as a city in the past, just to put out there as something that might be of interest to continue to look at.
Has Westlake Hills had any involvement in this process that you know of?
Recently?
Well, I'm just saying, based on the
Not-
bypassing the business district, because they don't border MOPAC like we do, but they have a business
Right.
district that is just right here with ours,
Yeah,
and
not-
that would have the same adverse impact on them.
Yeah, not to my knowledge. However, I have raised this issue and this issue specifically in my role as a ex officio on the chamber board. In fact, I just mentioned it to them, I think 2 months ago, and they wanted to stay up to speed on it, and I talked about it in terms of what you just described. So,
Yeah.
So,
and I think and they are interested, and I think I offered that we would update them when we had a little bit more information.
and I think it's great to hear that they're still interested in the topic. When I was the ex officio appointee to the chamber, one of the issues that came up was that arterial study where it would have turned the center turn lane into a contraflow,
Right.
and
Into
so
what?
into a contraflow lane.
Okay.
So that was something that TxDOT was pushing as part of the planning for the region. So the chamber was very active in getting their members. When I informed them of what was happening, they sent out a great one paragraph to their members, and I want to say there were 200 and something individual comments that were thoughtfully written letters from business owners on Bee Caves Road on that, and then also Mayor Anthony and their council weighed in, and then Rollingwood had its letter for that. So I think as far as Westlake Hills and MOPAC South, that is an area where we would I would also talk with them, but there wasn't anything yet that was imminent for them to send out to their members. So having that connection, though, I think is really important. And Kathy's still there.
She's still
Yeah.
there, yeah.
So she's really great at knowing how to package things up in an email that really empowers their members to participate. I was really impressed with her skills and understanding of how to communicate the issue.
Cool.
Anyway, that was a lot of technical jargon, so hopefully there's an
What do you
opportunity
think?
to continue.
I mean, we've kept up, and we've tried to send, as CTRMA has sent us updates, we've sent it to the task force. We've sort of monitored those to see if there's any mention of the MOPAC South project. In the last several, there really hasn't been, so there hasn't been a lot to act on. Do you have a sense of timeline?
I have not heard anything.
Oh, and we also, I'm sorry not to interrupt, one other just nugget, and we also reached out to the county, what, 2 months ago? 2 or 3 months ago, and just asked them to sort of include us, because I know, based on mine and your conversation, there was some interest on the county officials' part that they wanted to have sort of a work session download from CTRMA because they felt a little bit behind the curve also. We had reached out to them and sort of asked to be included in that. I think some of that actually may have happened, but not even all of them were included in it. So I think there's still an opportunity there to either do a joint work session or update or something.
Yeah, they had a work session on June 15th. I wasn't in attendance, and it was basically the same presentation that had happened before the board meeting, so before the CTRMA board, so there wasn't really new information then. I guess I would say at this point, there are people who are really skilled in this area at understanding federal NEPA law. NEPA is the environmental process law, and understanding how all the pieces work together with federal law and state law and all the different entities. I am someone who participates as an appointee, and so I'm aware of a lot of those processes, but I'm not the expert. But I would propose that the city in the past has had really amazing counsel of people who understand that area very well and been able to draft letters and establish a lot of correspondence along the way that gives the city a very clear record of involvement. And that this is one of those areas where evaluating whether the city wants to weigh in on this whole EA versus EIS conversation kind of at this point, and then also I can, if there's additional conversation that you want Gavin and I to have, or anyone about what's happening with Campo and the potential for that to not ever come back before the Campo board unless entities request that occurs.
So I think you did a really nice job explaining earlier. I sort of, I'll be honest, and I'll be honest on the record, I struggle with, kind of to Mr. Glasheen's question, I guess I struggle with what the point of really pushing hard to move it to the EIS is for us, but do you feel like that's our real, where we can hang our hat on to truly have standing in the, because if we start from an assumption of we're not trying to be obstructionist, we're okay with you doing something, and we're all on I'm on South MOPEC a lot, and it's not pleasant. So I'm not trying to be obstructionist, but we do want to be heard and listened to. Is that sort of where you see that EIS push being important to us?
It potentially is the next step of push if what CTRMA comes out with is they've chosen the preferred alternative that's going to move forward as the double-decker or the bridges over over Barton Skyway. So I think there's two reasons why the city continuing to know what its rights are under an EIS is important. One is, from the very beginning, we requested to have those same rights, and we're told we didn't.
Right.
And TxDOT found it important to send a letter to the city stating that.
And they didn't follow their procedure, or didn't follow the proper procedure, it sounds
And
like.
that isn't common, right? So that there's that part. And then the other part I would say is an environmental study isn't just, like, the environmental assessment isn't just like environmentalism, it's also a lot of different types of impact. So the impact to the business district is included, an EIS that potentially gives the city more opportunity to look at how a design might impact our business district. Does that?
That's helpful.
And our ability to access our city from the toll lanes, and the impact to congestion around our area. So,
Well, and the impact to quality of life from the noise that an elevated double-decker over the lake would cause
in addition
town.
to all of the environmental type, like the things that we might think of as environment, like noise, water quality, air quality, all those things, there's additional parts to it. So
I'm certainly against the elevated roadways too, and I think it's great that you're on top of it. This is, you know, the status of where it's going and what we can do to help, say, put a stick in their spokes, even though we don't want to be obstructionist. You know, just personally, I don't have a problem with express lanes, and I don't really, not necessarily convinced that they would have a significant negative economic impact, and I'm a little concerned if we're pushing like too many issues, we're against everything about the project, we're not going to have as big an impact as if we just focused more on the elevated portion of the roadway. Just a thought. I don't know how much impact we can have anyway, but we should have as much impact as we can, at least on that issue.
Right.
Well, the elevated portion and the connection between Mopac and Bee Caves Road is huge, just for accessibility, not just to the business district, but also for people getting to their house and, you know, from their house to wherever else
Right.
they have to go outside of the city of Rollingwood.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the proposals have no connection from Bee Caves onto Mopac.
Really?
And no analysis, and we've pointed out this in the past too, little to no analysis of the tie-in to the east-west connections to downtown. So no discussion about Cesar Chavez.
King Cesar
and
Chavez.
no discussion about the Zilker tie. I mean, you know, again, CTRMA is very
There's a
focused
lot.
on just the Mopac part. But I think to your point, for those of us who live here, we kind of care about all of it, and it's
Right.
well, if I can comment on one thing, because I agree with you. I think it's stronger when you're just focused on one issue, and the city really has had one primary focus, which is we really want the configuration that doesn't have elevation, we want that optimized. So that's been the constant focus. The reason I would bring up the connections is until this last public comment period, there hasn't been an example of how the roadways would connect. And so, for example, if you're coming northbound or southbound right now, and you're in the toll lane, and right now you can get out and then merge across the 4 lanes and take the Bee Caves Road exit, that won't be there anymore. So if you're heading southbound on Mopac in the toll lane, the exit point from the toll lane will be closer to 360.
Okay.
So that it's one of those things where right now there's an opportunity for people to live north or work north and use that toll lane and quickly exit at Bee Caves. That's not going to be there anymore. So that would be an example of potentially a bypass impact to Bee Caves Road that doesn't exist right now and hasn't been actually fully studied.
Right.
In a way that I think the public has an understanding of what might happen.
Well, are there any action items you recommend us doing, like writing a letter in support of the environmental impact study versus just the environmental assessment? Do you want us to do that? Or, I'm sorry, do you recommend that we do that?
I would recommend if the city is able to have guidance again of somebody who can look at what legal rights the city might have under the participating agency of an EIS versus right now an interested party under an EA that the city might want to advocate that we would like to continue to have in the future. That's just a thought.
And I'm not opposed to that. I wasn't at all impressed with the last firm that we retained.
I don't think they had the depth.
That's
that,
an understatement.
Yeah.
And so
Seems very specialized.
it is
It
special.
is.
It is
It
very
really is.
specialized, and you have lots of firms out there who will claim to have that
And it's-
specialization.
And it
then
seems
you-
like we could get on a bandwagon with other similarly situated entities who are already retaining such people.
Well, and I don't know that any, like, so Travis County did have their work session in June, but I'm not seeing or hearing of any activity coming from that where we're getting a clear lead from Travis County on the issue. And that may be another place for
Right.
Gavin to go back and explore those conversations and see if there is an opportunity to do something joint still there. The other entity that potentially is impacted is, I mean, besides Westlake Hills, is potentially Sunset Valley. But I haven't seen them be very active in the conversation. And of course, the city of Austin.
I mean, it just seems like you could spend $500,000 or $1 million in legal fees on this, like, real quick.
I will say that as
I don't want to do that.
Yeah, no, I will say that as a city, we've had a lot of neighbors who have depth in this area who have participated and also, I think, have had an ability to do a lot of work ourselves. But I'm not up there for like y'all are the ones that are gonna have to do the work. So I'm happy to provide information and I appreciate the opportunity to give input as well. And to the extent that anything is coming before Campo, I do have a vote there, but that's the space that I have a vote.
Well, we appreciate it, and
Yeah.
I'd appreciate you keeping us informed regularly and making recommendations for action items as you see fit.
Thanks.
So, thanks for doing that.
Thank you, Amy. Any other questions for Amy? Any close that you have, Ms. Hudson?
That's it. I think that we definitely would have more sway as a participating agency than just, somebody with no.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. no real say and no real the assumption that we would not be adversely impacted, essentially. I think that the potential impacts are significant, and I was just walking in the nature preserve the other day and noticing how loud Mopac was when you're in the nature preserve. And I said, and how much louder is this going to be if they put elevated lanes up, and not just that close to Mopac, but I mean, you can hear it all the way in town, and you elevate the lanes above what's there already, and the noise gets really offensive.
I do have these are two practical things that may or may not work, but now, because they worked in the past, I don't know. But one practical thing that, at least in the past, every time the city has written a letter, the city has received a letter in response. So even just asking some questions or asking to meet about a topic has resulted in a meeting. My understanding is, even as an interested party, there is some level of requirement under the NEPA process for that entity, CTRMA, to respond to requests from interested parties. The level of advice they're taking, is my understanding, that's where the line changes if you're participating.
It's where the rubber
versus-
meets the road.
It is, yeah. So that's a practical thought, is that's something that the city has regularly done, and there have been, every time the city has, in the past, has done that. I don't know if the city received a response to the letter in January of 2022, but maybe.
Did we?
It's,
We may not have.
yeah, so it might be worth following up on that. And the other thing is that technically, as a interested party, the city of Rollingwood is listed in the entities that get to participate in the technical working group. And in the past, CTRMA has said that there would be another meeting of the technical working group, which in the past has included the engineering staff from all of the different entities that are participating, and then like myself and whoever the mayor is at the time. So I think the intention is for that group to be more staff, like technical people and less policy related people. But as a city, it's not required. You can send whoever you want. And as a city, we just didn't have, we sent the people who were most engaged at that point in time to be able to ask the questions. So potentially that's something that the city could inquire about, is when the next technical working group might occur.
I think rather than like get into every communication interaction that we might want to have with them, would feel comfortable considering, at least if everyone agrees, stating our intention that you keep the mayor informed or city administration, and draft letters that you think we ought to send for their signature from time to time, or communications that we think we should send to keep our nose in their business as much as we reasonably can. And it's with the level of thought and study you're putting in it, and with your Campo work, it's really impossible for any of us to be as well informed and to know what steps to take. So if you recommend those things, and I think you'd probably have some kind of a conflict being on Campo and being our official representative in any official capacity. But I think if you behind the scenes help us by making specific suggestions for communications, even drafting them for the mayor's signature and letting him decide whether to send them, I would support the mayor taking those actions, and would appreciate your efforts in that regard. Just as a practice.
Yeah, I'm happy to do, and I'm always happy to put anything on the agenda if there's something actionable. So yeah, I'm happy to communicate. I would probably not send a letter on the city's behalf without running it by you guys,
Okay.
but unless there's an emergency that we needed to get something out the door. But yeah, happy to do that. And we'll, because there hasn't been a lot, like we've communicated with the task force, I'd just ask Ashley to, we'll pull the clip of this update and this discussion that we've all had too, and get that around to the task force as well, and make sure that they're up to speed on the latest. But yeah, I'm fine with that. I think those two sort of pretty basic actionable items, I think I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, I mean those are just information too.
All right.
And I appreciate the confidence. I would say that my current personal work schedule is really full, and my Campo schedule is full. So in the past, when I sat where you were sitting, I had some confidence in my own skill set as well. I still felt like the city should retain someone who could provide that extra level of support, because there's a point at which the city has never, when I was sitting there, our intention was not to ever sue on the project, but that is something that retaining someone who understands the whole process, then that person can explain the city's rights under the different types of ways the city engages in the process. So those are things I would not feel comfortable participating in.
We have access to some accomplished trial lawyers now that we can
Yes.
probably
get
their advice on.
Yeah, I think that I will just say, I feel like that personally that has been money well spent, and that no one has, it has not been excessive if you look back at what's been spent for the amount of participation that the city has had and the record that has been created. I think it's actually my personal opinion is it's pretty cost effective at this point. But you could get someone who's very expensive, and I wouldn't recommend that.
Well, if somebody gets hit by a truck on Mopac, I'm the guy. But otherwise, I would.
You're out.
No idea.
With respect to representation, have we discontinued our representation with Bickerstaff on this project?
I don't know that we, I think it's, I
That's
don't know
who's
that it's
represented us.
discontinued. I don't know that we've discontinued it. There just hasn't been any,
There's not been any work.
there's not been any work, so any billing.
Okay, I would want to have discussion on that before we
Yeah.
just change horses in midstream.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you all for the
Is
opportunity.
there any opportunity for us to partner with Westlake Hills or the community over in Barton Hills? I would think this would directly affect them. Back to Sarah's point, also with the noise, I would think that one thing that might stop or help them consider not doing a raise thing is ACL being such a key part of what brings people to Austin and gets us so much great PR. I think putting a double decker that's going to be loud right there near ACL is fraught with problems that could be pointed out to perhaps the entities involved that might not be the best idea to
Yeah, that's
really
good.
ugly up Zilker
Yeah.
Park.
And who is Smart Mopac? I see they kind of are aligned with us on their website.
So when the city first started engaging, there was a large group of neighbors that came together and formed the Smart Mopac as just an information site, in a place that had places that people could go and get the city's position and understand what was happening. And that was part of the mechanism that was used to help get public engagement.
Okay.
Are they still active?
It also included, I don't think it's been updated. It also it provided a way, it was also the way that we were able to connect a lot of the other neighborhoods to have that one access point. So it was really active. There was kind of a group of about 6 or 7 women that I was part of that were updating it. So some of them are here and some of them aren't.
I see.
But that's something that could be some type of central space like that does really help, because that gave the Tremont neighborhood, and then we had lots of Barton Hills connecting as well, then people in Westlake. So there was kind of a group then that was actively connecting with the neighborhoods through that. To the Barton Hills point, in different capacities I regularly meet with people who are very active in that neighborhood. And one of the challenges that we've had in the past, just to put it out there, is that the position that SOS has, which is commonly in that neighborhood as well, and they're not the only position, it's one of the positions, has been not to build anything at all. And so one of the challenges has been finding ways to align with groups that don't want any improvement to the roadway, in a way that we can all work towards something other than double decker. So I think, just to throw that out there, and I regularly meet with a lot of groups over there, and I think there's a lot of great work happening, and there are opportunities to find alignment.
I would just think there'd be a lot of synergies of sharing legal expenses, for instance, and things of that nature that and just getting us somewhat unified. We might not agree on every single point, but we agree that, at a minimum, the double decker is probably the worst alternative that we have on the table right now. So It just seems that, you know, if you're trying to create change, it's a lot easier to dismiss Rollingwood with its residency and Westlake with its residency and just start swatting away these different entities rather than having some kind of a group coalition coming all at once.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Amy.
Very much appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
Okay, with that, we'll move off of agenda item number 14, move on to, we've already done 15. We will move to agenda item number 16. Discussion and possible action regarding section 107-35 swimming pools and tennis courts of the city's code of ordinances. I believe this is Ms. Hudson's agenda item. I'll let you quickly lay it out. But before you do, well, go ahead and lay it out, and then I'll tell you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was a month or two ago at a resident's home where there is construction going on the other side of their fence, and a pickleball court being put in right up close to the fence. And I was surprised that it didn't have to be built, you know, inside of the setbacks or whatever our proper term for those is now. But anyway, it was not required to be 20 feet from the back property line. And when I asked about that, I was told that our ordinance only prohibits swimming pools and tennis courts from being built in the setbacks. And so since this was a pickleball court, that was fine. Which to me doesn't really meet what I interpret as being the intent of that requirement. It's kind of a distinction without a real difference. And so I would like to know what we have to, I mean, first of all, see if anybody else is concerned about this being an issue, and then what the proper procedure would be for us to consider an amendment to our code to change that from tennis courts to sport courts of any variety.
You read my mind.
Yep.
Okay, so with that, I'll say I think it's totally reasonable and very easily to accomplish to change tennis court to sport courts, and recommend that we do that with a simple. You could just instruct us to do it tonight, and we can do it. Bring it back to you. I'll probably in an official ordinance next month. Oh, well, we have to go to planning and zoning.
Well, that's what I was gonna say, is
Yeah.
that a zoning thing where we have to publish
Yeah.
notice and do hearings and?
But let me first say, we went back and actually we will just be dotting the i's and crossing the t's because that is how we've been interpreting it. We've been interpreting it as sport courts.
Okay.
So that's good. And they are required to be outside of the setbacks. Yes, ma'am.
So what happened in this case?
It's actually that's not accurate. They actually are within the.
I'm sorry?
They're outside of the setbacks. We actually went back and looked at the one that we were talking about. So.
Well, I've
At least the
not been
plans.
able to look at the plans.
Yeah,
yet,
no
so-
problem, no problem. So we're fine, and that's the way it's been interpreted, but I do think belt and suspenders would be a good idea, and let's go ahead and change it to sport court so that no one challenges us on that interpretation that we've had so far.
Well, to a bigger point, there's a significant noise difference between tennis court and the pickleball. So even though this one is within the bounds, supposedly, might it be something we may want to look at of perhaps saying pickleballs are held to a different standard or not allowed or anything of that nature, because it could be a bigger issue.
Well, I think the issue is if you allow a tennis court, you can still play pickleball on a tennis court. And you can say, we built a tennis court.
Yeah, that's where they're all played right now. It's on tennis, just
Right.
FYI, tennis courts.
Right.
And basketball's noisy too.
I know.
It's
I agree.
probably not as
Not as bad.
not as noisy as
You're right.
pickleball, which is
It's not as.
I don't know if anybody has looked at it. I didn't send it until today, and I hate when people add stuff to the packet at the last
see
minute, so
the
I apologize.
cartoon.
But I did think that this was a very quick thing to look at. But
cute.
that was in the, in the Statesman on the front page of the comics last month, and
I will say though, I just watched the Blue Zones on Netflix, and pickleball is very good for the aging.
I am not disputing. I have nothing against pickleball. I just want to make sure that we are being considerate of the neighbors and making sure that we are not providing a loophole for people to be able to build something closer to the property line because it's not a tennis court.
And I'm just worried about the noise issue. When I looked at this back some months ago in connection with the Western Hills tennis courts and pickleball courts, there is a noise difference between pickleball and tennis that can become very aggravating. There are also a number of stories that news articles of cities having authorized pickleball on tennis courts and then have found that there's just constant complaint because of the difference in the staccato nature of the noise from a pickleball court. I think it's something that we either need to tackle or accept. And I don't know how, I think we need to get comment from people. I know we have pickleball courts that are, some tennis courts that have already been converted. But it makes a difference when it's 10 feet from your bedroom window.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with us doing some further investigation. I would like for us to correct, if you want to call it a Band-Aid, that's fine, but I would like for us to change the code so that it's clear that it's all sports courts and not just tennis courts, and then see if we need to do something further.
Let's make a motion on that and get that done, and then we can talk about noise. Is that your motion?
Yeah, that would be my suggestion, yes.
I'll second your motion.
What is the motion?
That we just amend the current ordinance to change it to sport courts and not just tennis courts, so we at least keep them out of the setbacks for now. And then we can have a discussion about the noise impacts, because that also impacts our noise ordinance, and I think we have to.
I'm sorry, Charlie.
I'm sorry, I was sort of talking to myself. Yes, they, regardless of what anybody does within the city limits, they will have to comply with our noise ordinance. So to the extent it violates our noise ordinance, that's enforceable.
But we do want to, we have a motion and a second just to amend the existing.
I'm sorry, I missed, I was
Yeah.
get-
It's okay.
getting my options up here. Did someone make a motion?
Ms. Hudson.
Who made the motion?
Sir.
You have a motion? Will you restate your motion? I'm sorry.
Yes, I move that we,
Take a moment.
Excuse
Sorry.
Take a cookie break.
Yeah.
I move that we amend section 107-35 to change tennis courts to sport courts. Send it to P&Z as necessary to properly amend our ordinance.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson. Is there a second?
There's a second by-
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson, a second by Mr. Glasheen. Now discuss.
Yep, and if we want to discuss the noise issue or any additional, that's something that we could have the CRCRC looking at when they're talking about changes to the code.
Why not?
It's part of the land use and
Yeah.
residential zoning issues, so.
Okay, sounds good. You have a motion then before you. I would consider it the low-hanging fruit here. It is the way we're already interpreting the code. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And we'll stand by on the remaining item as you see fit, council. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 17, discussion and possible action to review the City of Rolling Wood's, the City of Rolling Wood investment policy and to approve an ordinance requiring the annual review of the investment policy. I'm going to let Ashley take this one. This is one of a couple of items that we've worked on or we've talked about for several years. It has come up a time or two in our periodic S&P reviews as we make sure that we have a solid credit rating. And I think the one that was most important, investment policy, I believe, was important, but I think the budget policy was the one that was most important to them. We sort of made that change, and that's why we do our quarterly investment, our quarterly budget updates, which we didn't do several years ago, a number of years ago. So we've implemented that. The investment policy, for whatever reason, sort of slipped through the cracks on us. It did come up again in our last S&P call, and so we committed to check that box and make that change so that we've got something good to talk about on the next S&P call of all the things that we've done to make sure that we're taking care of our financial business. Maybe I stole your thunder, but what else do you have to add?
The only made a couple updates because we did approve this last year, so this one is one that we bring back in the budget process. So the only couple changes we made this year are very, very minor. There was a portion on page 6 that talked about the city code. Let me see, where was that section? It said the city code, like the code of ordinances designated the city administrator be responsible for ensuring all the physical and monetary assets of the city are appropriately safeguarded. That section is no longer in our code. That's actually in our personnel policy. So just to be consistent with that, we changed that to personnel policy. And then the training requirement did previously say that the city administrator and the finance manager will attend investment training. Our auditors generally just have one of us go do that. So we did the city administrator or the finance manager. Those are the only two minor changes that we've made other than changing the dates on this policy.
And as I mentioned too, this is a recurring thing. We bring this back, and we typically do it at either this meeting or the one just following our budget discussions and your budget decisions. So we're kind of trying to keep all of those together in our to-do list as we sort of wrap all these things up. And I'll repeat that line here in just a moment on a few of these other agenda items. So that's your explanation. Happy to have a motion in a second, and then I can have further discussion if you want to.
Move approval of ordinance 2023-09-02-17 adopting investment policy.
You have a motion by Mr. Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Robinson, a second by Ms. Hudson.
We need to tweak the motion though, because it was 09-20 instead of 02.
Oh, dang.
It's just a slight dyslexia there, not a
Yes.
problem. We will get that corrected in the minutes. Further discussion, questions for Ashley or Abel gone?
Abel's gone.
Ashley? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 18, discussion and possible action regarding the adoption of a capital improvements plan in accordance with section 2-338 of the city's code of ordinances. This issue was brought to our attention a year or so ago by Ms. Brown. Thank you for doing that. It was pointed out to us that for many years we have had a requirement in our code to adopt a capital improvements plan. I think it was probably a long ago remnant of kind of how we do our, it was a different approach to how we're doing our budgeting now. But it is in our code, so we want to be compliant with that. And the way we've chosen to do that is after you get done with your budget discussions and your budget workshops and you made decisions based on how you're going to allocate dollars, we take those decisions that you make in that budget process and we apply them to be in accordance with section 2-338 so that it all lines up and meshes up and we're dotting all of our I's and crossing our T's. I've used that term too many times tonight, so I'll stop. Ashley, any other?
Sure. Only update to this document this year, and I'm sorry, it says a separate attachment in the packet, but we have attached an Exhibit A to this capital improvements plan. We were looking for a place to house that 10-year expenditure planning document that we had brought previously for council to review. And so the way we're kind of viewing this is that the capital improvements plan is projects, and then the capital, I guess this 10-year projected long-term asset replacement is for items. And so this is where we'll put things like vehicles when we purchase them, or equipment when they're purchased. So that way we have something on here that shows us how often they're going to need to be replaced. But for example, like the Nixon Pleasant Drainage Project probably doesn't have a replacement date. Hopefully that's just more of a project that we're maintaining. So try to make that distinction between items and projects, and that's where that exhibit came from. We will, over the next year, be really fleshing out this 10-year expenditure planning, so it should include projected replacement dates and a greater inventory of what we have right now. And we'll plan to bring that to y'all early in the budget process to review, hopefully May, June.
Yeah, and the Exhibit A, that was a good explanation. We truly were just trying to find a place for it to live, and we're like, hey, let's let it live under this. It's not really a capital project, but they kind of theoretically go together. So that way we can keep up with it, pull it up. It'll be posted in the agenda so we can find it again. We've also added that to our chart, our operations chart, to make sure we're pulling that up and showing it to you early in the budget process starting next year. So. Anything else?
Well, just one last, so we'd kind of played back and forth with how we were going to do this, so I should not have included this public works section. We talked about including the projects on this list, so that annual street maintenance, the intention is to take that off because that's a project, not an item. And so under public works there, we showed $40,000 for street maintenance that we won't be including on this list.
So you'll kind of have these two things that live together. And your capital improvements plan that'll be compliant with this code will be all those decisions you make on the project stuff, but we're also going to have the kind of those one-time expenditures that happen every 5 or 10 years live alongside it.
So on the wood chipper, I see the 48,000. Is that just to say that's how much it costs? But I understood that we had a grant or something.
Yeah, that's just
right.
That's just how much it costs.
Right.
So in 10 years from now, if we need another one, we'll know, hey, that's what. And I think we're probably going to go in when we go to that out year and show the replacement cost, we'll probably apply like a 2% escalator. So, in 10 years, you'll see, that'd be 10% more.
Right.
Or whatever, 20% more.
And if 5 years down the line something changes and we know some new information about what chippers cost, we can review that each year and change it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. A lot of technology advancements in the chipper industry.
Exactly.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
One thing I was wondering is, do we have somewhere where we're keeping useful lives for these projects that are capital projects, so that we have a planning window for when they need to be thrown back into our scope of what's needed?
It's a good question. No pun intended, but it's a bridge we haven't really crossed. And I think that's a good, and I think it's a question probably for the engineers to some extent. I think most of those, I don't know, I'm way over my head here, but I think most of them have like a 30-year, roughly a 30-year, 50-year life expectancy. I don't know the answer to that question, but we do need to probably do that.
Well, that's like some things that are on here is like body cameras and ticket writers. Those are,
Yeah,
5
we
years,
certainly
right?
have
So-
that, and that's the purpose of this Exhibit A.
Oh,
is
that's
just,
what's in the parentheses?
that's what. So as we flesh this out over the course of the next year, when we come back, you will see where the replacement year for these that are not projects. These are basically assets, right? So these are the hard assets that we buy that are over $5,000. So we're going to start building in exactly what you're talking about of, okay, we think in 10 years we're going to have to buy a new chipper, and so we'll put that out on the horizon for you to see.
Right.
And then we'll try to be managing this in terms of the assets on a year-to-year basis. But your question about the infrastructure type stuff, that's a much longer time frame that we haven't given But we've started giving some thought, like that's kind of the concept behind this road assessment that we're doing. And we need to do that similar concept with our other projects, especially like the new ones that we're putting in. We need to know, like, okay, what does this look like from a planning perspective? But we haven't really done that.
Well, this is a good start.
It's a good start. It's a good start.
I like it.
And with that, I would accept a motion if someone has one.
I would move to adopt the capital improvement plan pursuant to section 2.338 of the city's code of ordinances.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, second by Ms. Hudson. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 19, discussion and possible action on a budget management and review policy. This is the one that we've talked about for some years and have implemented for a number of years. Ashley, explain to them what it is.
So this was one that partially came out of some discussions with the S&P. This basically, we really tried to outline our budget policy as we follow it today, as well as the important parts about maintaining a certain amount of months in your fund balance and things like that. We tried to cover how the requests are made, starting at the department level all the way through final adoption, as we're doing this evening. So I think we captured a lot of it. This is going to be a good document to show to rating agencies when they want to, they want to see how financially stable the city is. And if we can show them a document that's been approved by council that says, the reserve balance, we're going to aim for 6 or 7 months. That shows a lot to them from such a small city. And so, but open to any edits or discussions you'll have about this policy.
Yeah, this is basically just a written policy that's reflective of the process that you've all been going through for the last several months on our budget policy. So we try to just mirror what you've been doing in practice. We think it's a good budgeting process, and we know for a fact that S&P's pretty impressed by it. So. Happy to take a motion, and then we can answer questions or make amendments.
Move to adopt budget management and review policy.
You have a motion by Mr. Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Robinson and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion, council? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Move on to agenda item number 20, update on the design and bid of water CIP packages 1 through 4 and the Hubbard, Hatley, Pickwick, and Nixon Pleasant drainage projects. I'll tag team with Ashley on this, have continued progress and good news for you on this front. We've had a number of meetings with K-Freeze over the last 30, 45 days where we've really asked them to pull the bid packages together. We have combined the, as we've talked about in the past, we've combined the CIP packages 1 through 4, which you all approved to go to bid. We've combined those with the Hubbard, Hatley, Pickwick project and the Nixon Pleasant drainage projects to try to get the most bang for our buck when they do go to bid. Those bid packages, as of this week, are pulled together and they're ready to go live to be publicized to contractors. K-Freeze has reached out to four or five contractors, I think they said. And the good news is there seems to be some interest out there among the construction community. I think they gave us one example of another bid that went that was let not too long ago, and there were, I don't remember which community, but there were 10 or 15 respondents to those bids. So fingers crossed. We think that we've put together a package here that's going to attract some interest from contractors to try to get some bids in. We tried to give ourselves as much flexibility in the bid package. We did combine the CIPs 1 through 4 as well as the two drainage projects, and we're saying in that bid package that we will definitely select one of those two. We're presenting them as alternatives to the bid package so that we get sort of separate numbers for everything, and we will we've guaranteed that we will definitely go with one of those two alternatives. Obviously, the hope and plan would be to go with both of them. But trying to give ourselves some flexibility and not put ourselves in a corner if the bids come back extremely high. But hopefully we've got enough volume in the package to get some competitive bids, and the fact that they've been talking to contractors is a good thing. We're down to on the we met at the Hubbard Hatley Pickwick project with the with one of the key homeowners that we still need an easement from. I think we've got those. He's reviewing the easement. We use the same language that we negotiated, highly negotiated on the Nixon Pleasant drainage project. I have a high level of confidence that we're going to get that easement as needed. So that's looking good. Hoping to have that back hopefully this week. We've got agreement in concept on the language of the easements from all of the homeowners that are needed on the Pleasant Nixon project. So I think we are in concept good on the easement language itself. We're still waiting on a final, I think as of maybe today or yesterday, we have some plans back, or at least they're ready on the landscaping. We're still waiting for Cape Freeze to put that landscaping plan along with some final adjustments that we made to the actual plans. And as soon as we have those, we're going to get those back out to the interested parties, see if there's any fine-tune adjustments that still need to be made. We can still make those adjustments for several weeks, even after we publicize the bids, the bid package. And we've notified those homeowners of that to let them know, like we're just about to go time here in terms of publicizing the bid package. Once that happens, we still have a few weeks to make some fine-tune adjustments with the contractors to let them know if anything's changed. But we're getting very, very, very close on all of it. So, did I miss anything?
No, nailed it.
Oh, and then we're still, one of the reasons we're waiting, well, not, there's one other piece that we're waiting on the Pleasant Nixon. The surveyor they don't need to go back out to the field because they've already shot those grades and have the numbers, but we're waiting for them to produce the final meets and bounds to be plugged into the easement. But we're pressing them hard on getting those numbers back, and have been for 2 weeks now. So now I think that's everything, right?
I think that's everything.
Okay.
Yes.
That's your update, council. Really no actions to be taken. We'll let you know once we go live with publicizing the bid, and again, it could be as early as this week and probably no later than next.
I had a question from a homeowner about whether there's a project to address drainage on Wallace, and I didn't have any idea, and I'm not really sure. I mean, we got some good presentation. I had questions about these drainage projects before because I'm like behind the curve on it since most of this took place before I got here. Do we have like a summary of our drainage projects anywhere? Is it on the website?
So we have,
The
we have the
IIP.
IIP, which is sort of a kind of everything that's out there, and I don't remember offhand. I don't know exactly where you're talking about. There may be something in that.
Okay.
We would have to look to see, did it make the cut from there to the CIP? Most of those did, so we can, or a lot of those did,
And
not
what
most
is
of them.
IIP?
Infrastructure Improvement Plan,
Okay.
and we have that. We can get that to you.
Okay.
It's in item 20, first
That's right.
click under item 22.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you already spotted the Wallace. I was like, oh, that was
No.
pretty impressive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that is your update on item number 20. Anything else? Okay, that is your update on item number 20. Moving on to item number 21, discussion and possible action on a recommendation from the Park Commission to hire a civil engineer to address the drainage between the upper and lower park areas with a request for RCDC funding. And I think this is Ms. Wayman. And Ms. Wayman, do you need me to pull up any other agenda items on this one, or do you want to handle it first?
I think we can just handle this one separately. These are a little, I guess, out of order possibly, but this came on the heels of the Park Commission approving what we're going to discuss for item 23. So I don't know if we maybe
Yeah,
want
I'm
to talk
sorry.
about
Let me
23
pull
first.
up item number 23 as well. Also pulling up item number 23, discussion and possible action on a recommendation from Park Commission regarding a capital improvement solution to address erosion due to drainage by the field house in the park with an approximate budget of $30,000. This is Ms. Wayman's, and why don't you start by laying it out, and then we'll have Mr. Glasheen follow up on it.
Sure. So the Park Commission.
Yes, hold on.
Yep.
Yes.
Do we need to pull up 22 also?
Happy to pull up number 22 also. We'll pull up number 22, discussion and possible action on process for prioritization of park drainage projects. This is Ms. Brown's. I'll recognize Ms. Wayman first, Mr. Glasheen second, Ms. Brown third, and we can just talk about all of it at once.
We could bring up 24 also.
Hey, let's just knock them all out. Hey, we got number 24, discussion and possible action to consider an additional park capital project in conjunction with the proposed retaining wall that would include a drainage assessment and consideration of adding rainwater tank for capture of stormwater off the field house downspout, source of funding for such an addition to the project and related drainage issues. Ms. Brown will be recognized on this in addition to her item number 22. Ms. Wayman, take it away. We're going to knock them all out here.
Okay, so I have just a couple things to add for items 23 and 21. So for item 23, this recommendation from Park Commission regarding the capital improvement solution, this was approved by the Park Commission and RCDC. So both of these bodies have seen it. They are in support of it, and so wanted to get the council's agreement on this. And if so, we will go through the process with the RCDC to develop a project and then have them approve that resolution and then bring it to the city council. Item 21 was something that Park Commission had discussed after the approval of that, the $30,000 for this retaining wall in the park. Is kind of a more overall picture of the drainage in the park. And so item 21 was a request from them. This has not yet gone to RCDC. So RCDC met first, then Park. Park talked about this, so this has not been run by the RCDC yet, but they came with a recommendation to hire a civil engineer to address the drainage between the upper and lower park areas and then to request RCDC funding for that.
Thank you, Ms. Wayman. And if you would go ahead and give a brief overview of number 23 as well.
That was the first one. That was this. This is the retaining wall, the first project.
Okay, so you've got.
I did 23 and then 21.
Okay, perfect.
I went out of order.
Okay, got it. Mr. Glasheen recognized on item 23 first.
All right. Thanks. And I guess all of these agenda items essentially come out of our effort to advance this retaining wall project. So as you guys know, I've spent some time for some months having a three-way conversation where, talked here at council about can we get RCDC funds to do some park projects? What kind of projects might we want to do? I think I threw out for discussion at one point building, getting rid of the back parking lot or converting, turning that into some fields. And I think the feedback that I remember getting is we need to work on drainage and erosion projects, which I think is appropriate. And this particular project has been something that, I've had these same conversations with Parks Commission and RCDC is like, what can we do in the park with some RCDC funds? And this issue of the retaining wall has been a consistent issue that's come up again and again and again. It's my understanding of the past in Park Commission based on, and I'll have to point out that, Councilman Phil McDuffie's been working with me side by side on all these projects, and we've worked together in partnership on it. But he's previous experience on Parks Commission led him to consider that a priority project, and I think he probably want to speak on this himself at some point. But also the chair of the Parks Commission has indicated it's been a long-running problem. So anyway, RCDC also brought it up when we brought up the gates that they funded, and those gates have just been built today and installed over there at Fields 3, 4, and 5, our new kind of dog Sally Port gates. And when we asked them to fund that gate project, Brian Ryder brought up, well, when are you going to do something about that erosion and runoff from the field house. And so I said, funny you should ask, we're working on trying to advance something. So I do have a picture, an artist rendering of the proposed retaining wall. We did present it to Parks Commission. It did get approved. We presented it to RCDC. They did approve funding it. And I don't know if you guys have all seen the artist rendering on it and the photos of the site, but it's part of the packet here. And I don't know if you can bring that up for us to look at. If you just go to KG Pictures. Okay, so that's an artist rendering of the quarry block retaining wall backfilled with sandy loam and a French drain there behind the wall to carry the water underground to where it exits now. And then there's another picture, I think it's the before picture. This is what it actually looks like now. And then the artist rendering is actually the same photo. And the artists are my staff at the law firm who are used to creating accident scenes, and so they did this for me.
Well, let's not jinx anything.
Well, we'll talk about your wood chipper later. but anyway, I thought it was helpful to help picture it. But it was approved, and you know, going through the process of trying to get three-way, and I don't want to get into all the other issues yet because we want to hear from the others who have brought those agenda items up. But just it was a preliminary matter, going through the process of getting a project and building consensus between three different entities on a project was an interesting process. And you know, I do think some, and it's somewhat awkward and difficult process as far as, I'll say politically. And also, you know, just the mechanics of it requiring three different organizations to sign off on it. But I think it is a good start on getting RCDC doing something, funding something for us in the park, and it's a simple, straightforward project. I think that, you know, the suggestion that we'll address it, I'll come back to and address it when it's my turn to address it, but I do think that the idea of having an engineering study of the park, dealing with drainage and helping us maybe prioritize some projects would be a good thing. One of the discussions and proposals that didn't make it out of Parks Commission was in connection with this is that there was a proposal to hire a landscape architect and to study the entire park and come up with a list of 10 potential projects and then go to RCDC and ask them to fund $200,000 worth of projects at once. And that proposal did not make it out of Parks Commission, but then after Parks approved this retaining wall project and decided to support it, they did make a suggestion that we do ask for an engineering study of the park to give us some suggestions on where we should focus our efforts going forward on any capital improvement projects that we might seek RCDC support for. And I think that's a really good idea because, you know, this project is simple and straightforward, but when we start getting into more advanced, more complicated projects dealing with, you know, potential parking lot or curbing or anything else, I mean, there are serious drainage issues up there that do need to be addressed, and there might be some detention possibilities. There's a ton of erosion between us and Western Hills Pool that is a little unnerving to see, and I think there's some real potential to identify and prioritize some projects in that regard. They asked for RCDC funding for it. I don't know what the scope of that request necessarily is or should be, or what kind of conversation we would need to have with the engineering firm about just what is the scope of what they're trying to do and what's it going to cost. And I think we should get that before we go ask for RCDC funding, is my opinion. Of course, this body is going to make a decision on how to proceed with it, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Glasheen. Ms. Brown, I'll recognize you first. I'm going to do it in reverse order. I'm going to first recognize you on agenda item number 24, and then I'd ask you to be, then I'll recognize you on agenda item number 22, and then we'll go back through them for some action if needed.
Sure. Happy
Ms.
to do
Brown.
that. On agenda item 24, when I heard of the action taken at the Park Commission meeting, I went over to the park to look at where this retaining wall would be. And I don't have a problem at all with the project, but I immediately saw the drains coming off the roof of the field house and where the erosion is in the area where above the retaining wall. And then I went back and I had known that there had been a drainage study, and this is a little bit into item 22, but if you look at the LNV drainage study of the park that was done in 2014, it says that part of the runoff from the upper park ball fields is generated by 2 large concession stands with metal roofs that also contribute a significant amount of water to the runoff. That is page 2 of the second link in item 22. And then it says this uncontrolled runoff then finds the easiest path to the bluff, and thus down the bluff into the lower park or behind City Hall, thus to the creek. One remedy would be a perimeter drain system. That's partly what the French drain will do, which would drain to, but then it says which would drain to a bioretention system, meaning an underground retention, or runoff from the metal roof concession stands could be retained in a rainwater catchment or cistern, which would be used to water the trees, landscape planters in the park. My concern with in bringing this up at this point is that with the French drain, I am concerned that it will hold the water to some degree, but then it concentrates it when it comes out of a pipe this big, as compared today when it's coming down the full extent of that hillside in a sheet. So I am concerned that it will, and that's why I included in item number 24, the lower park photos. If you look at the first lower park photo, you can see the handrail where the stairs come down from the upper park. The pipe from the French drain would drain about, if you look at the the uprights on the black iron fence, just to the City Hall side of the telephone pole. It's about the third. The telephone pole looks to be between the second and third of the fence uprights. This is that photo. This is the telephone pole, and the drain from the pink pipe would be right about here and come down right to this area along that fence. If you look at that fence, you can see there's about 10 inches of soil that has backed up against that fence. We all know that that's a muddy spot, constant muddy spot in the lower park. And so I then thought, well, what would be the cost of putting either rainwater tanks, I think would be the preferable way to go. Putting rainwater tanks, 1 or 2, I think you could redo the gutter system so it drains to 1 if one's big enough, and then looked at a few different proposals, looked at a few different vendors to get a ballpark on what a price of that might be. If you look at I looked at, the, one vendor, which is Innovative Water Systems. I had a PDF. Desiree.
It was in there for,
Integrated Water Systems, is a vendor that does rainwater tanks. They also have, along with their service, they have, and I'm sorry for this, I had several attachments I sent to Desiree for my bullet points, and there was an excerpt from that vendor.
they were in there earlier. I saw them.
It should say IWS in the attachment. But IWS also includes engineering. They have an engineer that reviews the plans when they put in a water tank. And so it seems to me that it could be a project that could come in at something less than $10,000 and perhaps do quite a bit of remediation for the water that we're trying to control there. And so my item number 24 would be to get a proposal. Oh, it's in the agenda item itself. I'm sorry, the one sheet. IWS is just one of several vendors that might be contacted, but they are a professional engineering firm, and will assess when they come out to look at the project, they'll assess. They'll have a licensed professional engineer that would provide the best solution for your situation. It seems to me like we could ask staff, if staff has time, or myself and Councilmember Glasheen to interview these vendors and see if a retention tank for that project would be good and help address drainage in this area. I'm just concerned that without that, the more concentrated flow from a French drain might cause problems in the lower park. And it seems to me we can find out one way or another if we have a vendor or two come out and give us an idea of what a rainwater tank might do for that area. So that's my item number 24.
Can we discuss that one before we move on, or do you want to discuss them all before we? Okay.
Yeah. My item number 22, when I listened to the Park Commission meeting and then I listened to the RCDC, and RCDC was not aware of these drainage reports that had been done previously. If you look at the first link under item 22, it is the IIP report, which was the K-Freeze 2020 drainage assessment. If you go to page 37 of that report,
Thirty-seven.
37.
Sorry, give me a minute. I'm having trouble with the PDF.
Yeah.
Okay, 30.
Yeah, 37 is the
They
map.
don't have page numbers, do they?
Oh.
Okay.
Mine does.
Really?
So, yeah, 37.
Well, PDF page number, yeah. Not document page number. Yeah, I'm caught up.
Yeah. Then you'll see, this is the 100-year storm event inundation map. And if you look around the park, you can see the water that comes, you can see that almost all the way around the 3 sides of the park, there are drainage issues. The pink is 6 to 10 inches of inundation all the way to the dark red, which is 10 to 20 feet of inundation. So this shows what kind of water, it's not just the park water that's coming there, but there are drainage issues that come off the park. And then if you look at, I'm switching.
What page is that again?
That was
37.
37.
Thank you.
From the PDF.
It's the
It's that. We had it up there.
22's, first, but 2022 rolling what IIP final report.
That's it.
Yeah.
So that shows you the K-Freeze's modeling of the 100-year floodplain and where that water ends up in Rolling Wood. And then if you go to the link to BB videos, and hit the link, then these are yours truly's videos from our car during the last heavy rainstorm. And you can see for yourself, if you click the video, the top one first. We'll look at each of these. They won't take very long. This is the water coming. This is the water coming off the City Hall parking lot. If you s-
There you go. There you go.
This comes off the parking lot, it goes to this pond. Then if you go to the next video, this is where it enters.
Bottom right.
If you see this is how much water is being discharged off the parking lot into Nixon Drive. And this was maybe a 3-inch storm. This was the April rainstorm. And then if you look at the third video,
Try it again. There you go.
this is the curb below the driveway at Pleasant Cove. Somehow it's doing. And this is the water coming off the WAC parking lot and down in other waters coming down onto Pleasant Cove. And then the last one, this is water coming off the lower park, making this pool. This is a 4-inch rain. With 2 or 3 days of rain, it's gonna inundate the sewer pump station and perhaps even the generator that's there. And so when I put all this together, and this is my uninformed opinion, I think we ought to consider and see if we can get a couple of good vendors to come look and see if a rainwater retention tanks at the field house would be a good idea and what kind of cost there might be incurred. And it seems to me then, if that's something we want to pursue, then we go back and ask RCDC for funding, because that would be a capital improvement in the park. The other thing I wanted to do with item number 22 is simply to put in one place where it's accessible to both ourselves, the Park Commission, and RCDC, these prior studies that have been done so they can be looked at, and it'll give a first step for deciding if and when and what kind of scope we might do for any additional drainage study in the park on item number 21. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. And my apologies to council. I'm not sure that I laid all of these out in the agenda in the appropriate order, nor am I sure that I'm going to take them up in the appropriate order to try to dispose of them. But let's give it a shot. Okay, I see some similarities between the Park Commission recommendation in 21 and Ms. Brown's item 24. But let's first dispose of, I'd like to take up 23 first and then take up 21 and 24 and then we'll see what's left for 22. So I'm going back to agenda item number 23, discussion and possible action on a recommendation from the Park Commission regarding a capital improvement solution to address erosion due to drainage by the field house in the park with an approximate budget of $30,000. So let's see what you want to do, council, on the retaining wall issue, and then next we'll have a discussion about what to do in addition to that and whether or not we could take care of that in one action item combined between 21 and 24. So,
And could I address that whenever
sure.
you're ready?
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to see us take up the number 23, the retaining wall, first by itself, and then take up the issue of rainwater tanks. I'm certainly not opposed to studying rainwater tanks. I think it's potentially a good idea. You know, when we looked at rainwater calculations on that, if you have a 1-inch rain on a 40 by 80 roof, you're talking about 2,000 gallons of water. And some of the problems with that rainwater on that building right now are that the downspout points to the west and runs straight down the hill down to the lower park, and it really should run to the north and just turn 90 degrees and flow out to the flat area that's near the batting cages, and that would be a big change. I mean, it's a tiny little change that costs a $20 90-degree turn on a downspout that would make a big difference on how much water flows off of that roof. And that's a simple, obvious solution that we hadn't really talked about doing. It's kind of micromanaging on rainwater on that thing to say that downspout needs to be moved, but it does. But I think that there's certainly potential for the rainwater collection. I'm not opposed to it at all. In fact, I'm inclined to support it, and I'm also inclined to look at other runoff rainwater and drainage detention opportunities all across the park. I think that's what the suggestion for an engineer is, and I think we should talk about that and not just rely on RCDC to fund that, but maybe I was unaware of these prior drainage and rainfall studies, which I really appreciate you bringing forward. That's very helpful information. And I think that could help. I think that building on what we have, we can look at issues. You know, I can see there's a lot of runoff that occurs in our parking lots over there that are between the Western Hills and the ball fields that could be captured and detained and prevent a lot of erosion. I know we're talking about the upper and lower parks, but that eventually makes its way down towards Pleasant Cove, and I think that's where more of your water is coming from, in my opinion, having stood out there and looked at it. And you can see the erosion along that fence line between Western Hills and our park to kind of demonstrates how much water is flowing through there.
There's a lot of water there.
A lot of water. But I think that it would be helpful to have an engineer look at it. I think rainwater detention is a good idea. I think that rainwater storage even on the building is a good idea, just in all likelihood. But I do think that this one standalone project has merit on its own for the retaining wall because it does mitigate the erosion. It does slow down the water, which is what you want to do with water. It does capture some of the water in a French drain. As far as concentrating water at the walking path, if I don't have a picture in here to include, I do have them on my phone that show that the the discharge from the French drain would be exactly where the water is overflowing the trail right now, which is, if you're looking at those stairs that go down to the lower park, it's just to the left of it, and you can see where they've actually put rock in where the running path is as a water course across the running path, and that's where that water goes. But I think you can get rid of a lot of that water just by turning that one downspout 90 degrees. But in any case,
Can you explain where the water's gonna go?
downhill. So my concern is that we have a simple, straightforward project that is, you know, in my opinion, obviously going to improve things. Park Commission agreed, RCDC agreed to fund it, and you know, it would be easy to you know, nitpick it and say, well, we can't do anything unless we fix everything, or you know, turn it into a project that you know, start hanging bells and whistles or different projects on it that we don't have funding for, that haven't been studied, haven't been planned. And I think that if we approve this one project, we can build on that success and build on the cooperation that we've gotten through approvals of Park Commission and RCDC, so that maybe we can do more projects cooperatively going forward, such as your rainwater collection project. And I do appreciate the invitation to be involved in that, but I have plenty of homework, and I would be very pleased for you to run with that, and would be supportive of it if it's something you want to do. But I would ask that we vote on the retaining wall as a standalone item.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up first. So, but let me help everybody get over a hump that I see coming, because I think I can buy time for you all to have, and us to do some due diligence for you on items 24 and 21. But let me talk to you about process on 23. So RCDC did take sort of what I would call an initial action to say, yes, we're interested in this, but they did not go through the full process, as I'm told, to deem it a project at RCDC. So that you understand process on this, you as a council need to send it to RCDC so that they can go through the formal adoption process as a project, at which point that will come back before you after it's been approved as a project by them. So what I would suggest to you is to go ahead and take your action, as Mr. Glasheen suggests, on item number 23. We can send it off to RCDC to let them go through the full process to deem it a project. Then it will be coming back to you. I assume that the same vote will take place at RCDC. It will then come back to you for a final sort of stamp of approval on the approved project. And in that time, we can, whatever you instruct us to do, but I've got some ideas on 24 and 21 for you. We can then have some more detail for you on where the water goes, and how to handle that, so that you can, when it comes back to you, after it comes back as a formal project from RCDC, you can have all the puzzle pieces in front of you to make your final decision. Would be my suggestion. And I think that gets you all headed in the direction you all seem to be wanting to go, I think. If not, tell me, but. Hey, have I misstated that, Ms. Wayman?
No, that's correct.
Okay.
The process.
So what would the motion be to approve the?
So the motion would be for you to, help me out.
I mean, it really could just be like we're just basically giving the blessing to RCDC that if they go through all the work of creating a project, that it'll come back and it's something that council's interested in. So I guess.
Yeah, so basically you
or-
basically have a recommendation from Park Commission, your extension of your policy arm. So basically think of it like Park Commission has told you, hey, we're good with this. Now you're saying to RCDC, hey, we're good with this if y'all will make it a project. They're then they've already talked about it, but then they'll make it a formal project. They'll send it back to you and say, it's a project. Then you'll have a final bite of the apple and say, okay, we're signing off on their project. And you can do that at that time with some added due diligence that we'll help accomplish between now and then to talk about where the water goes and how you can maybe slow it down, store it, put it somewhere, make it go uphill. I don't know. We'll try to figure that out for you between now and then.
So just for clarity, when it goes back to RCDC, because there's a few aspects of this, the French drain will slow and should retain water, but this is more, when I was on the park commission, this area was identified on every single park walkthrough that we went through, and I talked to several people up at the park, and they've expressed interest in this because, for instance, one person had an elderly parent who almost slipped and fell down that hillside because it has no grass on it. It's hard scrabble dirt that's washed out, and just for clarity, the LNV drainage project, I'm asserting, given the time frame, was prior to the gutter system being put on there, which
No,
I agree.
It mentions it. It mentions the gutters.
I didn't see that it mentioned the gutters. I saw that it mentioned runoff from the roof.
Oh, you're probably right.
So I think the gutters only went in a few years ago, and wasn't the LMV study 2015? Or what was it? 2014. So I'm pretty sure that the gutters.
You're right. It just
Yeah.
mentions the runoff from the roof.
The gutters went in later. I agree with Councilman Glasheen that at a minimum, the direction of the downspouts of those gutters could be directed, and that would help to some degree. But I think the bigger portion, and I'm wondering if this is something that RCDC will address when they create it into a formal project, is more flattening out that area, getting some turf on it so it's not such a slipping hazard for everyone, as well as addressing the water issue. There are two real issues of that area. And I don't want us to get so hung up on the water that we lose sight of the other. I think they both need to be addressed, but I just would like to put that in. I don't know if, like I said, I guess as the liaisons from RCDC, is that something we should direct RCDC to make sure that that is one of the aspects that gets addressed in this formalization of this project?
I mean, you're welcome to do that. I guess in my mind, in sort of envisioning what the finished product would look like,
It doesn't change anything.
Yes. I mean, I assumed that would be part of.
Okay.
Because you put the French drain. I don't envision burying the French drain. I envision placing the French drain at grade and then filling it over to be at grade to the top of your butter sticks. Is that what you were thinking?
That's right. I mean,
Yeah.
you put basically a third of the cubic yard of gravel per running foot, and then burrito wrap it with
Right.
fabric, but it should be laid at the top of the grade where the grass just lays on
That's-
top of it, and
yeah.
it's not buried, but instead it'll have grass over it, but it won't have dirt over it ideally.
Yeah. That's
Standard
So I
French
think
drain
yes.
construction.
Okay.
And I think it comes with the territory, but I mean, you could also tell them, make sure it comes with the
Understood.
territory, but.
Did you put it at the top of the wall and not at the bottom of the wall?
No, I'm not saying at the top of the wall. I'm saying that when you fill the gravel, you would fill the gravel up. It is at the bottom of the wall is where the gravel starts, but then it's burrito wrapped, and the idea is you don't want to put a foot of dirt on top of that is sandy loam that won't be permeable. You want the gravel to come up close to the surface of the grass so that the water can flow through into the gravel cavity.
Yeah, and I haven't looked at
But, I'm
the
not
design,
gonna-
because you could also do it with, surface inlets too. I don't know.
I
Anyway,
mean,
there'd
and
be
if we're
different
gonna
ways.
design, the drainage system, that's, a French drain is not rocket science for somebody who's
Right.
a mason who builds retaining walls. It's, it's a solution. It's a customary and workmanlike manner to build them, and, we're talking about a mason that's got 30 years' experience, has built a lot of retaining walls in Rolling Wood, and I don't think we need to necessarily tell them how to build a French drain, although we did ask them a lot of questions on site when they're out there to make sure they knew how to build it, and I was convinced that they do. So, you know, as far as these other drainage issues go and drainage solutions, I think they all have merit and are worthy of discussion. But I think we have a simple, straightforward project that's going to help and will improve erosion for sure, and I believe will improve drainage as well. It's not that it's going to solve every drainage problem in the park, but it's a small project, and I think it's a foundation for doing more projects in the future with RCDC, Parks Commission, and Council, where we can cooperatively address some of these problems and hopefully get some funding from RCDC.
So, Mr. Glasheen, I think the motion that you're looking for is approve the Park Commission recommendation and ask RCDC to create an approved project regarding a capital improvement solution to address erosion due to drainage by the field house in the park with an approximate budget of $30,000.
I'll make that motion.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. McDuffie. I'd like to dispose of this, and then I've got some ideas on 24 and 21 that I think you'll like. And again, you've got another bite at the apple when this comes back from RCDC. Any further discussion?
It seems to me like we're getting out of order.
Well, there's not a good
not-
order to be.
well,
you
but-
just
but-
mean in big picture?
But in the big picture, right, because I think that the Park Commission, they recommended they prioritize the projects and figure out like what needs to be done before they start doing projects. And
That's
Well, in fairness,
That's not what
the
happened.
Park Commission this is the recommendation that Park Commission sent.
right, but there was also discussion at the Park Commission about figuring out what their priorities were.
Well, that got
And-
voted down.
That didn't get voted on.
It
I
did
think.
get voted on. I was there. There was a proposal to hire a landscape architect to study the
That's
park
not-
and make a list of
that's not-
projects and prioritize them, and that got voted down.
And I promise you guys, we're going to get to that item here in just a moment. I think the question before you is, do you want to send this to RCDC? Again, you'll have another bite of the apple when it comes back.
Again, it seems to me that we are taking steps before we've figured out the scope of the problem, and
Let me make a
and we have,
suggestion.
can I finish?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that we need to address where we are discharging the water, because then it comes down here, we have issues with City Hall needs to be redone, and where's the water coming? We have issues all along the fence line at the bottom of the bluff, where the water's going. And if we start taking little pieces and fixing things without looking at how it all
I agree.
fits together.
So I 100% agree with you.
It seems like we are potentially spending money that we are then gonna have to go back and redo, or, we are not optimizing the
And I'll say,
process.
I agree with you. I have some ideas that I'm not willing to say out loud because I've got to go look up there. But I agree with you. But I think that there's maybe some things to do to take care of that. But I need to go look at it before I make an idiot out of myself, because I need to go measure some things and look at some things. But I do, and that's why I think it's important. If we can't answer some of those questions before it comes back from RCDC, or maybe even by the time it gets to RCDC, then you might very well want to take a different approach to it in your final vote. But Ms. Brown, you said you had something to say.
Well, my recommendation was perhaps we could amend the motion to include both item 21 and 23 and send both back to RCDC.
Well, you
And
have
so
piqued
that
my
they're-
interest in taking care of two agenda items.
So that they both come back to us. And they're not, it's not
Well, you
one
can
or the other.
discuss with your colleague if he will take that amendment. You may not.
I don't, because I think they're two separate projects. I do support your suggestion for a rainwater collection tank, but trying to get consensus from Park Commission and funding and consensus from RCDC to.
Not the one that she
to-
mentioned.
21 is
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
Civil engineering addressing. the
Oh, okay.
drainage.
So on the civil engineer, again, I think that's a separate one, and I do think that it's a good idea to get a civil engineer, but I think I don't think we need a civil engineer for this retaining wall. I think this retaining wall is pretty basic. And so I'd like to go forward with the retaining wall. I do think it's a good idea to get a civil engineer to look at the whole park drainage system and make suggestions for projects for rainwater detention and for an overall plan of projects to address those things. I think that's going to take a long time. And I think the scope of that project as an engineering study is potentially a 6-month project that could cost $100,000. I don't know. We haven't even developed that proposal. And then before we ask RCDC to pay for that, I think we need to work with the engineers to figure out what is the scope of that proposal? What are we going to ask them to do? What might it cost? And then maybe go to RCDC and say, do you want to pay for a big overall engineering study? I can tell you that having been liaison to RCDC, there have been a couple of suggestions in the past and from Parks Commission at this last meeting that we hire a landscape architect to go in and study the whole park and prioritize projects. And that didn't get much traction with anybody at either Park Commission or RCDC because we've already done that. I think the engineering focus is a little bit different on drainage, and I support that. And I think it will have support, but I think that saying that we need to do an engineering study on the drainage issues in the park and coming up with a long-term plan to prioritize capital improvements in the park before we can build a $30,000 retaining wall that addresses an obvious problem, I think is an unnecessary obstacle to getting a simple solution to a simple problem.
Okay, y'all are going to force me out in the open here in the interest of trying to find compromise for you. So I don't know this, but I want to go look when we built that other retaining wall at the end of the lower park several years ago. We stacked butter sticks and we put weep holes in it, and we backfilled it with something. I don't remember what we backfilled it with. There's a potential that we could make that into a basically to have the same function that you're describing with your tanks, with something that's already there, that would hold probably far more water and would discharge it in the same manner, because those tanks don't, those tanks fill up pretty quickly. They're really not for retainage. They're actually for first flush, and then they drain slowly over time. And I don't know if that retaining wall that's there now could be used in that manner, but it could be. And that's what I'd like to go look at and figure out with K-Freeze, look at it and say, hey, could we turn this into a way to a retention that would discharge slowly like a tank would?
Vegetation on top.
Yeah, right. Y'all can't hold me to this. I don't know if it'll work.
Well,
But
my first two thoughts on that is that there's vegetation on top, so.
But is
You
there, because we built that, we backfilled it with something, and I'm not sure we put vegetation on top. I think we just put river rock on top.
Was that the lower park against the cliff?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
We stepped out from that cliff and then went up, and then we backfilled it with something. I don't remember what we backfilled it with.
Right, but then also, I don't know if that wall was designed to hold the weight.
These are
of-
all
the weight
engineering
of the
questions. This is
water.
why I didn't want to say it.
Right.
These are these are the scientific questions that I would pose to someone.
My comment would be, after looking at several of these water tank vendors, they will, like this IWS, they will tell you whether or not, part of their process is to tell you whether or not a retention system or a retaining tank system would work best.
Yeah, I actually was
The
looking
thing-
at their website, and it looked like they did a number of those types of.
And I think it would be free, which would give us a way to proceed on Kevin's project if it's a standalone, you know, solution, and we're not creating, I think the only concern I have about the retaining wall is if that concentrated water coming out of the French drain underneath and down to the slope is gonna be a bigger problem. That's the only concern I have. I think we can get an answer to that fairly quickly with not a lot of cost.
Yeah, and I'm happy
The-
to talk to them if it's a service that they
Well,
provide.
and when
If
can,
you look at their website and several others, they, you know, they do this for a living, so it's not a big deal. And I'm not trying to hold up the retaining wall or hold it up for a broader study, because we know the water coming off the other, you know, down Pleasant Cove is a bigger deal.
yeah, and
We can't, you know, I'm not trying to hold up your project for that, but I do think we need to look at where the water's gonna go from the French drain, the pipe that exits the French drain and down the wall. But the, I would think if we send both projects back to RCDC, I'm not saying they have to be linked, but they'll look at both of them. And timing wise, I'm not suggesting they have to be linked timing wise, but I think we've got some interest in tackling drainage. I would like to
Can we do those in
send
two?
both of them
So-
back.
Can we do them in two separate motions?
You could do them in two separate motions.
Well, I think we're gonna have to, because.
Or you can do it
it's
in
not a
one
friendly
motion,
amendment.
or you could, so you got three options, folks. And I'm agnostic on all of them, but I'm gonna tell you what they are. You could do it in two different motions. Mr. Glasheen could stick with the motion in the second that he has on the table and dispose of it, which is also fine. Or you could also amend the motion to read, approve the Park Commission recommendation and ask RCDC to create an approved project regarding a capital improvement solution to address erosion and water retention due to drainage by the field house in the park with an approximate budget of $30,000. So you got three ways you can do it. I would like you to pick one. And Mr. Glasheen, it's your option because you do have a motion
Sure.
and a second on the table, so you can
sure, and.
ask me
and-
to dispose of that. You can accept that amendment that I just suggested, or you can ask me to dispose of it, and then we could do two different motions.
Sure, and if I'm sorry for this being such a long discussion and for being long-winded myself. I'll try to be.
Well, the good news, we have 4 agenda items up. When we do get through it, we've knocked
All right,
out 4
well, I will
things.
try to be somewhat brief. First of all, as far as, just the question of, what's the consequence of this French drain and a retaining wall? Is it going to make things worse? It's taking water to the same place that it's already going with the concentration that exists with the stone that's been laid across the path, and in fact is slowing it down and mitigating its flow through the French drain. So I think just as a matter of common sense, it does nothing but make that drainage situation better. It doesn't address all the drainage problems in the park. I think that the potential for rainwater detention tanks is a good suggestion. I am a little concerned about letting the guys who are selling us the solution do the engineering to design the solution, because I'm suspecting that their solution to every drainage and runoff problem is another rainwater tank, and I realize they offer some other services as well, but nonetheless, I think it's important to have a separation of the engineering and the vendors on these drainage solutions that we have. And I think that it's important to address get an engineering study and solution of the entire park drainage problems, so that we can prioritize those projects and come up with some cost estimates of what they are and see if we can get consensus to fund them. Because right now, we don't have any consensus from the Parks Commission to put rainwater tanks on there. That hadn't even been presented to them. And we don't have anything from RCDC or any indication of support for rainwater tanks, but they do support this retaining wall. And I think that there has to be some groundwork laid with these different groups to get consensus to get a project done. It's not, I don't think it's going to work for us to just send it back to them and have them go figure out rainwater tanks. They're not, they don't, I can tell you from the meetings that we've been with them, they don't want to have to go do all the work on every project. They don't even want to hear about a bunch of individual projects. They would like to come up with a percentage of their budget and their money that they assign every year to park capital improvements and let us and Parks Commission decide which ones to do. And my only other problem with this whole approach that we're discussing of having the rainwater company engineer it and RCDC figure it out is that it's not what came out of Parks Commission. What came out of Parks Commission was they would like to have an engineering study that addresses the overall park situation, which I support. And I, you know, they want RCDC to pay for that. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think it's an important step that we take after just doing this stupid little retaining wall. Okay, I think that it is a good idea to do a drainage study of the whole park, and I don't think that there's any harm in doing this retaining wall and French drain. I think there are a lot of drainage issues in the park that need to be addressed. I think it's a big project. The study itself, I think, is going to take 6 months. It's going to cost you $50,000 to $100,000, and then I think you're going to generate $500,000 worth of projects out of that study. And I think that that's where we need to be headed in the long run. But this is just a little retaining wall to stop some obvious erosion. You mentioned the dirt you saw backed up against the fence in the lower part. That's dirt that washed off of that hillside where the field house was, and why we're down to caliche and rock on there. So anyway, however you recommend we word this motion or amend it, Mr. Mayor, I'll follow your suggestion. Lead
Oh,
on
no,
it.
you're not putting me in that mood.
Okay, well then I'll tell you what my preference is that we approve this retaining wall, and then we also express support for the Park Commission's recommendation that we do an engineering study of drainage issues and potential projects for drainage in the park, and that we talk to the engineering firm, get a proposal from them on what it would take to do that, and then see how much that costs, and then figure out how we're going to pay for it, either with RCDC requested funds or through city funds, or a combination of the two. I can tell you from my dealings with RCDC, we'll get a lot more traction with them if we go to them and say, we have this $50,000 engineering study, we'll pay for half of it if you'll pay for half of it. So that's just a suggestion as the guy who's been liaison dealing with these two groups now for 6 months just to get, you know, one little stupid little retaining wall approved. I think that's a better approach to them to get to deal with the bigger picture that you guys are very rightfully concerned about. I mean, I think your concerns, I agree with 100%. It's just how we approach tackling the problem that I have a difference with, y'all.
Okay. For those keeping score at home, I think Mr. Glasheen has telegraphed his next vote in a move of olive branch, but wishes to dispose of the motion before you as it is presented. So if there's no further discussion, the motion before you is to approve the Park Commission recommendation and ask RCDC to create an approved project regarding a capital improvement solution to address erosion due to drainage by the field house in the park with an approximate budget of $30,000. Again, this motion, if it approved, will send this item to RCDC and it will be back before you after the next meeting. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no.
No.
I'm going to have to call a roll call. I wasn't sure what we had there. Ms. Brown?
No.
Mr. Robinson?
No.
Mr. Glasheen?
Yes.
Mr. McDuffie?
Yes.
Mrs. Hudson?
No.
Being 3 ayes, no nays, motion does not pass. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 24. Discussion and possible action to consider an additional park capital improvement project in conjunction with the proposed retaining wall that would include a drainage assessment and consideration of adding a rainwater tank for capture storage of off-field downspout sources of funds for such an addition to that project and related drainage issues. I'll accept a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we ask that the staff seek bids or consultation with a vendor or one or more vendors for consideration of installation of a rainwater tank for capture of stormwater off the field house downspouts.
Okay, you have a motion. Is
And
there-
bring that back to the council at the next meeting.
Okay, you have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there discussion?
I think that, if I remember right, a number of years ago, one of the capital improvement projects that the Little League had proposed for their annual park improvements was installation of rainwater tanks on the concession stand, and I don't remember why that never happened. But it was something that, and those projects had to go in front of the park commission. So I think at some point in the past, that was, if I remember right, at some point in the past, that was a
And,
suggestion
okay.
that was approved by the park commission.
And in your motion, was that specific to just tanks? Or,
No.
okay,
Uh,
it's, we have your permission to look at any and all solutions, right?
To address either rainwater retention tanks or other means of controlling
Okay.
the water from the downspouts.
Okay,
But it's all for the staff to do that.
right,
Yes,
okay.
it's just to bring
And,
back proposals.
okay. I got it. And, all right, you have a motion in a second. Let's dispose with this, and then I've got another question for you. Any further discussion?
I mean, my only discussion was, you pointed out that there was a discussion of doing something about this years ago and nothing ever came of it. And the same thing I heard again and again at the Park Commission over many, many months is that they have discussions about doing things again and again and nothing ever comes of it. And I think this is exactly why that happens. You have a simple project that's straightforward. You guys voted against it. Now you want to get our city staff to come up with drainage solutions, which I think, is, and bids to get drainage solutions with not very much guidance. I mean, are they supposed to go hire an engineering firm and study it and come up with solutions? Or are they supposed to come back to us and say, hey, a good drainage solution would be a retaining wall with a French drain? I just don't think that this is a very well thought out proposal. And I think all it's really designed to do is to just kill one simple little project that maybe some people, and I'm not saying the people here, but a few people, might have gotten their feelings hurt because they weren't in charge of it. And I'm not saying the people here are guilty of that, but there's been certainly some of that in the process that has become apparent. And so, that's just my view of what's happening here and what the outcome is going to be, is that it's just a way to not get anything done.
Okay. To avoid me not being able to hear things, I'll just call a roll call vote. Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Robinson?
No.
Mr. Glasheen?
No.
Mr. McDuffie?
No.
Ms. Hudson?
Aye.
There being, again, 3 noes and 2 ayes, the motion fails. We're still on on item number 24. I would point out that the agenda item does still allow you some flexibility to do both of these issues separately, as Ms. Hudson recommended earlier, to handle them in 2 different motions. I'm just pointing that out to you because it's posted as such, and I'm happy to take those 2 motions if your preference is to find peace in doing it like that. If it's not, that's also fine. But before we dispose of this agenda item, I'll give you that option.
That suggestion was too subtle for me, and I went right
I
over
know,
my
not
head.
following
Either.
So I'm saying, it's action to consider an additional park capital improvement, which means technically we're still talking about what's in 23, right? An additional capital park improvement project in conjunction with the proposed retaining wall. So we're still technically talking about the retaining wall in 24. So, and that would include a drainage assessment. So essentially, 24 is posted in a way that now you've both sides have both killed one another, so you could still find peace in 24 if you so chose in two different motions. You may not, but
You're saying.
So I'm saying
there's
you could
still
make
the
one-
option to combine
there's-
23 and 24
yeah,
in a motion,
You-
in a single motion.
You could in a single motion, or you could say, hey, we're gonna take this vote again, and we're gonna go ahead and tentatively send to RCDC the retaining wall issue, but we're also going to send them a drainage assessment.
And
Oh,
A
Well,
request for a
that's
drainage assessment.
21, right?
And
Can't
that-
We haven't gotten to
just-
21 yet.
Well, I know, but that's what 21 is just doing the drainage assessment, which to me is what we need to do.
But there's no retaining
first.
wall mentioned in 21, so 21
Right.
would be
So
just
20
the,
21 is not prejudging what the projects need to be.
that's correct.
It's just saying we need to assess our drainage issues and figure out what would be appropriate to fix them, which could include rainwater tanks on the, or a retaining wall, or both, or any number of other things that an engineer
Well, I'm
who
unclear as to the
understands
scope of
drainage
Slade
can
Line.
consider and recommend that we do to address the drainage problems that we have.
I'm just
Or-
giving you
or-
your options.
In my view, another option would be to combine 23 and 24, which would be to send the retaining wall to RCDC and also get an evaluation by one or two vendors with respect to water retention at within the next 30 days, so that that could be considered at the same time.
You could, we're off of 23, but you could do what you just said under 24.
So,
And we're off of 24 too.
So to everybody,
But-
to be
but
clear,
we-
the reason 23 is on here because the Park Commission took an action. So
Okay.
the reason 23 is here, it's none of your agenda items, but Park Commission took an action, and that's what placed this on this agenda.
Okay.
24 is a combination really of 23, but it was one of your agenda items, so that's why that one's on there. I'm simply pointing out that you have not lost your ability to do something related to what's in 23. It just won't be a Park Commission recommendation that you're acting on. It will be your own motion that you're making under the posting of 24.
I understand. I would support that, sending that to Park Commission, sending it to RCDC to decide whether they want to fund one or both or either of those projects. And there is an assessment of, a drainage assessment limited to the rainwater tanks, and I assume that you intend for that assessment to be done by the rainwater tank vendor as opposed to engineering services, which is a separate item on here.
If you read the agenda item for number 24, this is what the vendor says. For each situation, we assess the drainage problems and all the factors contributing to it. We identify a solution which could entail multiple methods. Since this particular vendor is a licensed professional engineering firm, your drainage problems will be assessed by a licensed professional engineer who has the expertise to provide the best solution for your situation. They do both rainwater collection systems, and it says if the majority of your problem derives from runoff from your roof service, we can install a rainwater collection system while installing the rest of your drainage solution to take the overflow water to where it won't cause a problem.
are we using the rainwater tank that we have
So there
right
are
here?
vendors who do provide
Sure.
engineering along with their proposal.
That's what I thought you intended. That's all I was clarifying.
And of course, we would have to look at that and see whether or not we agree with their assessment of the engineering solution. But it's a way of addressing the concerns I have about the water being concentrated in a pipe that's gonna come down the hill.
And we're gonna ask RCDC to do all that.
No,
It's what the motion seems to say.
No, they would just be approving a project to
we
send
don't
back to
know
you.
how much it's gonna cost.
yeah.
It may be, I think it would be a capital project they could fund. I think it wouldn't cost that much. I think we'd get some good engineering, or at least better than
If
what
you,
we
if you
have
were
at the
to,
moment, for this one project. And then as we get that information collected, then we'll know better what kind of scope we might want to have for a broader engineering study. We
It-
have one engineering study from 2014 that assessed the problems in the park, but we haven't.
I didn't see that it did. It showed the drainage in the whole city that I saw, but I haven't studied that engineering study yet.
There's two studies.
Okay.
There's the IIP did the entire.
Right.
It was mainly concerned with getting the water out of the street.
Mm-hmm.
And where the current drainage systems flood people's homes and property.
Right.
The LNV proposal that talks about the rainwater coming off the field house is a park drainage assessment.
And
So we
that's the
have-
one
we
from
have good-
2014.
We have good work. It's a bit dated now, but we have good work that's a foot plan for what would be the next drainage assessment.
so to be clear, if you sent to RCDC, a recommendation to approve a project that include the retaining wall and some sort of drainage assessment, whatever that would be, we would probably try to do some of this due diligence that y'all are talking about, and to help give RCD some guidance on what that could look like, and then they can decide what they put in their approved project.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to comment earlier, but about.
I'm sorry,
7
and that's,
23,
I'm
but
sorry.
I think that, oh, no, it's fine, I just didn't speak up aggressively enough. But, I don't have an issue with the retaining wall, I think it'd be great. I just wanna get comfortable with the discharge, where that's gonna go, whether that's a tank or, something that we have there already. Yeah, not saying anything that hasn't been said here before, I just wanted to kind of speak my mind why I voted the way I did on the last go.
So we have a rainwater tank right here at the corner of City Hall.
We do.
Are we doing anything with that tank?
Doing anything with it,
I think it waters that front area.
Does it work?
Well, it was intended to water that front area, but my question is, are we doing anything
It
with
has some functional issues.
Right. It does not.
So it was installed, but we're not using it.
It's not that we're not using it, it's not working all that well. I don't know the specifics on why, but
I don't even have to talk to Izzy something about the weights.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
It-
Y'all
it-
have your
it's-
hands over your mouth.
It's
Sorry.
installed, but for some reason it's not functioning, and I don't know the details on why that is.
Right.
So water's not going into it, or water's not
That's the
coming
part,
out of it?
that's the part I don't know. I think water's going,
I think it's going into it. I
I
just
think it's
don't
going
think
into
it's
it. We're not sure how it's coming out of it.
watering what it's or anything.
And that was a Jackie Bob special, and I'm not sure how it was done.
Okay, in my research this last week, I saw a video on that showed that the lines from that tank are it's like a underground irrigation system for the front landscaping. So has that been dismantled? It'd have to be
Again,
either
I don't.
plugged up or dismantled.
Again, I don't know. My suspicion, I have no idea, but my guess is that it wasn't probably installed correctly, because you can't just expect gravity flow to actually have that effect. Like my drip irrigation system is highly pressurized, and so my guess is it's not pressurized, so the water goes in and then it just sits there. But I don't know that. But I know how my drip irrigation system works, and I know how gravity works, and my guess is that those two things are not working correctly with how that was installed. But I don't know that.
And that is a problem with rainwater tanks is maintenance, but,
It's a problem with things that are installed without proper engineering and
it doesn't take a
and design.
Doesn't
So-
take a rocket scientist to build a retaining wall, but if you look at this 2014 study that you attached to your agenda item, it states, before you provide an engineering solution to a problem, you have to know and understand the cause of the problems. As with most drainage problems, the first step would be to determine where the runoff is coming from and where it's going to. This would require a detailed topographic and as-built survey of the upper park. That information would then be analyzed with the park divided into drainage areas. Those runoff could be then quantified for each area along with the volume, volumetric flow, and velocity for each storm event analyzed, and these values would then be utilized to properly design inlets, pipes, infiltration trenches, level spreaders, bioswales, rainwater catchments, and energy dissipators, which is a retaining wall, to control and properly direct the stormwater. And so, yeah.
Retaining wall is not an energy dissipator.
Okay, maybe it's not, but it improves the runoff problem by slowing the velocity of the water and dispersing it, whereas right now it rolls very quickly and directly to the over the running track at the point we've discussed to the left of the stairs. And there's no doubt that it's an improvement in the erosion and in slowing down and dissipating the runoff that we're dealing with. But I don't need to argue about the retaining wall anymore since we've already killed it. But my point is that what this 2014 study says is that we need to do a study, and what Parks Commission says is we need to do a study. And I support doing a study, but that's a lot bigger study than just studying whether rainwater collection tanks are going to help with the field house, or where does the water go when we take it through a French drain into the lower park, because it goes downhill and it goes to a lot of other water issues. And we really have to have a comprehensive approach to deal with drainage and runoff problems from the park. I think we do need an engineering study, and a detailed one, and I think it's going to be expensive, and I think it's going to take a long time, and I'm for it. And in the meantime, I think that a retaining wall is, whether you consider it a drainage solution or not, it's a significant landscape enhancement. It makes the area a lot more attractive. It gets you turf. It reduces the danger of people walking on unsafe, unvegetated grade that Phil pointed out. And it's what the Park Commission wants, and RCDC supports it. So I think we should do it, but then I think we should also do an engineering study of drainage issues in the park, as also has been requested by RCDC. By the Park Commission.
So we already voted on that.
Okay, so.
Not on the engineering study. We have.
No,
Okay,
but on the-
to be clear, you haven't actually yet
retaining
killed
wall.
the retaining wall, and you haven't yet killed the drainage assessment related to the retaining wall. You do have that opportunity, and I do need to know what you want to do. Do you want to take action on item number 24, or don't you? I have suggested the path of least resistance, but I'm open to whatever council wants to do. But I would like to dispose of item number 24. If
I like,
I thought we
I
did.
thought we did too.
We voted on it, and we voted it.
you have disposed of item number 23. You are currently on item 24. You did take.
voted on item
You took.
24.
I didn't.
You voted on a drainage assessment. and
No,
it
we
was
voted
3-2.
on the rainwater tanks.
The rainwater tank getting the vendor bids.
Okay, I thought
You
that
voted-
was 24.
We voted,
that is.
I'm sorry.
You did have one vote on item number 24. That was for us to go get bids from vendors and bring that back to you. That went down on a 3-2 vote. This is a very broad posting, and so you don't have to be done if
Okay.
you don't. But I do want you to be done soon. So if you want me to move on and be done with 24, great. If you want to send a retaining wall and or a drainage assessment to RCDC, you still can under 24. But you don't have to.
I'm okay with sending it to RCDC to decide and if they don't want to do an assessment to build a retaining wall, they can say we don't think we need an assessment.
That is not the action that I had proposed in item number 24, because RCDC won't have any information.
Which
to be
i-
able to act on anything because we voted down getting the information for them.
Which is also why I said,
So,
Go
that's
ahead.
not, if that's my agenda item, I don't wanna send it to RCDC with no backup.
which is why I said that before it goes to RCDC, we would do some due diligence so that we could help give them some guidance so that they would have some information to choose from.
What does that due diligence mean?
We would
Mr.
talk to
Mayor?
K-Freeze, we would talk to the engineering, that group that we would do a version of that.
You voted that down. The
Y'all
council
voted that down on its own merits. You did vote that down.
So-
They voted that down.
What's
But if you have a new motion that sends, and that did not have anything to do with RCDC, if you send a combined 24 to RCDC, I would do a version of the thing that you voted down. I was trying to be real candid with y'all of, I'm gonna,
I
I'm s-
don't, since it's my agenda item, I have not moved to send it to RCDC.
I know,
Yes.
but you can, or any of them can.
In my view, that would not be a correct action because they wouldn't have any information on which to act.
Okay.
Can
Ms.
I
Brown is
comment?
not taking action on
Okay.
24. Does anyone here want to take action on 24? That's the question before you.
I would like to suggest that we take action on 24 and send that to RCDC, but we send it with a recommendation from K-Freeze that we ask city staff to get K-Freeze to look at this retaining wall and answer the simple question, is this retaining wall going to make the drainage problems better or worse in the park?
State your motion.
So my motion is that we take action on 24 and amend it by saying that we send it to RCDC with, as written, to consider the retaining wall and/or the rainwater tank for capture of stormwater with some recommendation from from K-Freeze that is obtained by city staff.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. McDuffie. You can discuss it more if you want.
So the K-Freeze recommendation is like, they're gonna,
And to be clear, I'm not sure we have time. I've got K-Freeze doing a lot of stuff. I'm not sure it's going to be a recommendation, but I would talk to K-Freeze. I'd be glad to talk to the other. I'd talk to anybody that knows anything about drainage and say, hey,
I would like
Well-
K-Freeze, her vendors as well as K-Freeze.
yeah,
to
that's,
look at it.
yeah, that's fine.
I'm sorry, I didn't,
I would like your recommendation of the engineers from the water tank as well as K-Freeze to gather that information before we bring something to RCDC, so they would have whatever the water tank engineers say, and if we're able to get it, whatever K-Freeze has to say about the general area and whether or not, you know, how effective water tank will be, how effective the retaining wall will be, how effective they will be independent of each other, in conjunction with each other, all of that. Like, give RCDC as much information that we can gather in a scientific manner from whoever, and then get that to RCDC before RCDC moves forward with creating projects or approving projects or formalizing projects.
Isn't that what item 21 is?
Items 21 this is specific to the retaining wall and the drainage.
What the
Item-
difference between 21 and what we're proposing is
A broader.
focusing on this very specific area rather than the
One
entire park.
Here's-
It's a matter of scope.
here's my response to that.
Ms. Brown.
I think it should come back to the council once we have,
It
if you're
will.
gonna go get information from K-Freeze and pay them for it. We don't know what that's gonna cost or what their timeframe's gonna be. We know we could probably get a vendor out here fairly easily. I think the council should look at it again and determine whether to ask RCDC to move forward on it or not. But I think it should come back to the council. I don't see why we would send that decision to RCDC before we've decided whether or not we want to find a solution, whether it's a good solution, or whether we want to fund it out of RCDC. We don't know whether there's a solution here yet. So why would we be sending it to RCDC to decide that issue before we look at it? That's my problem, Mr. Mayor. That's why I think.
That's fine. I don't have a vote on this. Okay?
Well, you created
And
a
aren't you happy
motion.
about that?
You created a motion, Mr. Mayor.
No, I have not. No, ma'am. I did
just
not.
suggested-
I
okay.
have suggested a path forward on your item to get you your item, and
Well,
I.
that sounds
We-
like a motion to me, and I.
But he
It's
doesn't,
not. I
he
don't make
doesn't
motions.
motions.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have been
Okay.
talking about these 4 items for an hour and a half now.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a motion.
I can't. I want you to, but I got to dispose of the motion in the second that's before you.
You want to withdraw?
Looky there. It's your motion to be made.
Okay. I
Mm.
move that we request engineering input from the city engineer on the efficacy of a retaining wall with French drain and/or rainwater collection tanks on the concession stand to mitigate drainage problems near the concession stand.
You've heard the.
And bring it back to council for assessment to determine whether or not we want to send it to RCDC for funding.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Hearing no more discussion. Oh, can I get you up here? I'll call the roll. Ms. Brown,
Aye.
Mr. Robinson,
Aye.
Mr. Glasheen,
Yes.
Mr. McDuffie,
Aye.
Ms. Hudson.
Aye.
Holy moly. There being 5 ayes and no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council, for your diligence. And moving on to agenda item number 20, moving back to agenda item number 21, discussion and possible action on a recommendation from Park Commission to hire a civil engineer to address the drainage between the upper and lower park areas with a request for RCDC funding. I will just suggest, so this is a Park Commission recommendation, which is why it's on the agenda. I will.
Can we assume that we are taking the first steps towards that and table this for
This is
a future
You
meeting?
read my mind, Mayor
Thank
Pro
you.
Tem.
Okay.
So I will accept a motion, or I will recommend Ms. Hudson's approach. I do recommend Ms. Hudson's approach. So if there is a.
That is my motion.
I would recommend we bring it back we move to bring it back on the next agenda.
Well, we won't have the information, I mean, at the next agenda, we will have, hopefully
okay.
have the information on that particular area.
Okay.
So I would like to look at that before we try and
All right.
bring it back. Let's make some progress.
Okay.
Before we
On
eat the
something.
whole horse.
Yes.
Fair enough. So not hearing an actual motion, but knowing that the other item will be before you, which will spur your memory in great detail.
Yes.
With that, I will move on past item 21, if that's okay. All right, move.
Funding action on it, right?
Taking no action, moving off of item number 21. And now going to what I would hope would be a similar position on item number 22, and we will dispose of the final item of these 4. Discussion and possible action. Actually, it's a little different. Discussion and possible action on process for prioritization of park drainage projects. I feel like that is probably somewhat closely tied to the discussion you just had. I'll take a motion if you have one, or if you want to treat it in the same manner as you just did the last one, we can do that as well.
Well, to me, I think that we need to have engineering input on prioritizing any drainage projects that we do, which would mean we would need to have the engineering assessment, which we have just postponed until after we take care of this first problem. So I would suggest we table that for future action.
That is my thought process, but I will take a motion or not.
I agree with you.
Going once, going twice. We'll take no action on item number 22, knowing that it will come back for further consideration at a later date. Moving on to agenda item number 25, discussion and possible action in connection with eligibility requirements for Rollingwood boards and commissions. This is Ms. Brown's agenda item. I recognize Ms. Brown to lay out her item.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am bringing this item back for consideration by the council. This would allow the appointment to advisory boards and commissions of persons who are Rollingwood residents but not U.S. citizens. Our current requirement is that a candidate for a board or commission be meet the same qualifications as a candidate for city council. That would require that you be a registered voter. That requires U.S. citizenship, so this establishes a residency requirement and other eligibility requirements by which a non-U.S. citizen who's a resident of Rollingwood could serve on an advisory board or commission.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Council, do you have any questions? I'm also happy to take a motion, however you want to handle it.
To get things started, I would move adoption of ordinance 2023-09-20-25.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. Robinson. Discussion, council?
Public?
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm sorry, I should have been. I forget to look in this corner, so.
That's okay. I was a little hesitant.
I see
Amy,
Dave out there, and sometimes he comes out of his seat if he wants to talk, so. Please identify yourself for the record.
Amy Patillo, 3 Rockaway Cove. I appreciate Councilmember Brown for putting this on the agenda and for the work that she's done to listen to members of the community and consider an option for you all tonight. I think that in what I've heard, there is the solution that she's come up with addresses concerns from several different community members and would also open up the opportunity for our Rollingwood residents who are potentially going through the citizenship process, which can take an extensive amount of time, to still have the opportunity to serve in our city, which I understood to be part of the original intent in removing the citizenship requirement from boards and commissions. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Patillo. Council, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Sorry. I was gonna say, my only concern is establishing primary residence within the city. And I like where we're going with this. I'm just concerned that you could still have somebody that was just building a house, and that would still, they could still, you know, if they have water service and they have a deed, they don't actually have to have a habitable house there, and they don't have to have been living in it.
I don't know that they would have an account for residential water service.
And we don't have a difference. If it's a residential property, you have residential water service.
We still have to make these appointments, right? So if there's somebody you don't want to appoint because they don't live here, we don't have to appoint them.
That's correct.
But I would like to propose an amendment where we add a requirement that we build a wall I just made
Too
me think of
soon.
it being an immigration issue.
Too
but
soon.
We build a retaining wall, perhaps.
This-
I'd like to add that.
I guess the thing that would be, instead of just a real property deed, we could amend it to say, a deed for something to the effect of a house. It's got to be occupies a house. It has a deed for a completed residence with an occupancy permit.
Yeah, I just don't think we need to have people serving on boards and commissions that have not actually lived in the neighborhood and understand
This would require
the neighborhood.
that they show that they've been a permanent resident for 6 months.
Right. I'm
Yes.
just concerned that the criteria that we have in here does not require that they be a resident, the way it's worded. That you could have a deed or a property tax receipt and have water service and don't even have a house on the property.
Well, then I would, if that is your, these requirements came from what Eames uses for residents for school purposes. So if you used.
Yeah, but they're just sending their kids to the school. They're not actually trying to operate the school board or the school district.
I'm not sure I follow that, but how would you propose to amend this then?
I just want to make sure that we are clear that we have established the 6 months of actual residency in the city.
Okay. Then what I would do to do that would be to say not a property tax receipt, but a real property deed for a,
I don't think the deed does it. You can buy a house and then you can.
I'm trying to add to that, and I'm not finding the words right at the moment, but a real property deed for a a house that can be occupied.
This
I'll
already
bring it
says-
back.
This
I'll bring it back.
already says primary residence. I mean, as much as I'd
I'll bring
love
it
to
back.
listen to y'all
Don't you
argue
just
about
make the
this.
motion?
It already says that under B2, they have to have primary residence for 6 months. What's unclear about that? Why are we gonna make people prove they really live here?
We should.
Make them give an oath. We could put them under oath and make them swear to it.
Well, we didn't let Dave get on P&Z until he actually
Then
lived
what
here.
Did you
I
give an
have-
oath? Were you sworn in before you? Okay. Okay.
I will amend my motion to
Okay.
say, in line 73, a real property deed to a primary residence within the boundaries of the city.
But when you buy your house, you get a deed, and then you can tear it down, and then you don't have a house that you're living in.
Can I call for a vote on it as it's written?
Okay.
Because I think
Okay.
it'll pass, and I think it's adequate, personally. Isn't that a proper motion under Robert's Rules, which I briefly studied at one point in our process? There was
I'm not in that business anymore.
There was a motion.
You do it how you want to do it.
There was a motion that you could make
Call
to.
for the question.
Yes, thank you. Call for the question.
Okay, I'll call the question. Well, I can't call the question. The mayor can call the question.
I think anybody can call for it.
Okay, let's back up.
Did somebody second an amendment? Okay.
No.
No, just the
You-
motion.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
let's vote. Then if we need to do something else, we can. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
There being 4 ayes and 1 nay, motion carries. I'll leave it open for a minute if you want to do a different motion, but it sounds like you're good. All right, with that, we'll move off of agenda item number 25 and move to agenda item number 26. Discussion and possible action on a recommendation for new CRCRC members. This is Ms. Brown's agenda item. I recognize Ms. Brown to lay it out, and then she'd like to recognize somebody.
I would like
Anybody
to
else?
recognize Dave Bench to lay it out for us.
Okay.
This is a recommendation from the CRCRC, both 26 and 27. We might take up.
Oh,
both
yeah, I'm happy to
together.
lay out item number 27 as well. Laying out item number 27, discussion and possible action regarding application of the Texas Open Meetings Act to the CRCRC and recommendation for relaxed application of Open Meeting Act requirements. These 26 and 27 are before you, Ms. Brown, and recognize if you would identify yourself for the record.
Okay, David Bench, 1 Randolph. As far as the recommendation for CRCRC members go, we have had an opportunity to talk with a number of folks who desired positions, and some of them we talked out of it, and 3 of them remained. We brought the names up at the last CRCRC meeting, and 2 were identified as the candidates that we would like to have join us, at least presently. And those 2 people are Jay Van Bavel and Brian Ryder. So you might want to make a motion on that.
We don't have any information for Frank Fernandez.
I'm sorry?
There's no application, there's no.
That's right.
The-
It was not required. What we had determined a couple of meetings ago was there were 2 ways for you to submit your candidacy for this. One was to come to any of the CRCRC members and say that you were interested in it, and then we would discuss with that person whether or not there was a good fit, or through the more formal process which is used for people that are coming on to other commissions here in Rolling Wood. The 2 people that did submit actually went both directions. They contacted a member of the CRCRC and had submitted paperwork to the in a formal fashion. So Frank did not. I did not advise him to do that. He could have. He just didn't do it.
But all 3 want to serve.
That's right.
But we don't have any information on where Frank lives, how long he's lived here, what his background is.
Well, I can give
what
that to
his-
you if you like. Frank's been here since around 1985. He lives up on Timberline, close to where Timberline meets Rolling Wood Drive. He's a retiree, has been retired for a number of years. Thought that after all this time, it might be time for him to take a position in city government, and this would be a good opportunity to try that. There was nothing wrong with Frank. He was fine. In fact, we would like to keep him in reserve if something should come up, where we need to replace or add another person. Frank would certainly be a primary candidate.
So we're only looking at adding 2 people.
That is correct. We're going from our current count of 5 people. We're officially supposed to be 6. Y'all voted to allow us to go to 7. We're going to add 2 people in order to make that.
So which end of Timberline?
Which end?
The dog leg down there.
Yeah, the dog leg. Yeah, up here where it comes to Rolling Wood Drive.
Okay.
It doesn't meet Rolling Wood Drive on the other side.
Right.
Yeah.
But the way you were referring to it makes me think that end. So that's why I was trying to clarify.
That's because I'm facing you. It's the mirror image.
Which is why I was trying to clarify.
Which way is
that,
north?
so.
That way.
Okay.
So is there a motion?
I
It's
would
not-
move that we approve John Van Bavel and Brian Ryder for membership on the RCDC, the CRCRC, sorry. The CRCRC this evening.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion?
And why Jay and not Frank?
I'm sorry?
I said why Jay and not Frank?
They
Jay.
recommended
Is
that
it
they-
that's
That's right.
what,
It is, yes, Jay and Brian.
I heard the motion. I was asking her why she recommended, why you were recommending Jay instead of Frank.
Oh, a couple of reasons. First, he is a relatively new resident to Rolling Wood. Had built a house on the other end of Timberline, where it nearly just about where it tees with South Peak.
Right.
Okay. Modest house, around 3,000 square feet. Not what's being typically built around here lately. Did all his permitting himself, so he's fresh from the process. And he's an ex-physician. Is recently retired and is also, like Frank, looking for an opportunity to serve in some form with city government. So I like the idea that he had done his own permitting, and that that he knows a little bit about the process. Very interested in learning more about it. He feels like a good ad.
Okay. Any other questions, council? I would just say, I hope, before you take this vote, I do hope you and others will encourage Frank to also be involved in other ways.
Absolutely. Well, what I told Frank is that we would like to hold him in reserve, and that we would look forward to him actually attending some of our meetings and providing guidance, as a citizen.
Good.
As we have told other people who have also decided that they did not want to be on the committee after we had some discussion.
Yeah, I just think that's important for us to acknowledge as we pass additional.
We're trying to treat this gently.
Requirements.
Okay.
I think we don't, again, I've said it in the past, we don't have people lining up out the door for any of these boards and commissions. So don't want anyone to feel like they were summarily looked over. Okay, you have a motion before you, council, and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bench.
No.
And then is there, okay,
Item
27, if you'll.
I'll do a bit of an opening here.
Yeah.
As you know, the CRCRC has asked that the council consider relaxing the requirement that the CRCRC meet all the requirements of the Open Meetings Act for their meetings. We have one situation where it would be a lot more convenient for CRCRC to be able to have meetings with more than one person in attendance by virtue of a YouTube, and that would not be allowed under the Open Meetings Act. And so I worked with Dave on what he thought might be the ways that could help the functioning of the CRCRC more conveniently, and we came up with this list of relaxations, is what we're calling them, items where the Open Meetings Act would be relaxed. What my concern was in coming up with these was, one, to facilitate the meetings, but also to maintain the requirement of the Open Meetings Act that with respect to deliberations and votes on any adoption of any policies, that those meetings, that be done in an open meeting under the Open Meetings Act, with the only exception being that you could have more than one in attendance, more than one member of the committee in attendance virtually. And so that's how these came, that was how these relaxations were drafted. And I think they're good and minimal with respect to any lack or they don't curb the transparency in any way, nor do they curb the public's ability to appear and address the CRCRC or to understand what is before the CRCRC for decision and have the opportunity for comment. So I would move adoption of these I would move that the council approve a resolution adopting the attachment titled Relaxation of Open Meetings Act Requirements for Meetings of the CRCRC.
You have a motion, council. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Further discussion?
I'd like to change the name of it from relaxation to amendment.
I would like to change it for something different than even amendment, because first of all, just to clarify, the CRCRC is not subject to the Open Meetings Act, except because we have it in our code, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's because we have it in the resolution forming the CRCRC.
Right, but it's not state law.
Right.
That we have to have, that the CRCRC would have to meet the Open Meetings Act.
We have the opinion of our city councilor that no requirement of state law obligates them to meet under the Open Meetings Act, under the requirements of the Open Meetings Act.
Okay, so if we are taking that as what we are operating under, then we are not relaxing the Open Meetings Act requirements because we are not subject to the Open Meetings Act requirements. So it makes it sound like we're letting them get away with something by saying relaxing or amending or whatever. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that we are requiring more than what state law would require by having them meet any of the Open Meetings Act requirements.
So this is maybe an amendment of the resolution creating the CRCRC.
Exactly.
Can we call it that?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that people understand that we are not trying to skimp or skip out on requirements that we are subject to by state law. We are trying to make it more user-friendly to make progress, but still provide transparency.
Can I say something here?
Yes.
Thank you. First off, I really do appreciate you all taking this up, because I know there's a lot of discomfort in it. You know, it's not across the board. Not everybody's comfortable with what we're trying to do here. But what I want to assure you, and I've been working closely with Councilperson Brooke here, to come up with some things here that can really help us move things along, and to hopefully be the model of how work groups, work committees are formed in the future, using a set of rules that provides full transparency, but at the same time the latitude to move as necessary in order to get some action. So I just leave it at that. I promise you there's no ill intent here. We're just trying to get the job done.
I just want to make one comment. I think that the word relaxation is a good word actually for this. It is a relaxation of what we've done in the past in this city. So I just feel like we should be holding ourselves to the higher standard than what the state law requires. We've done it in the past. I haven't changed my mind. I still think that we should do that. So.
Okay.
So we have already changed the rule.
Yeah.
This is just providing the guidelines under which they are supposed to operate under that changed rule.
You haven't actually changed the rule yet.
No, we haven't
You've
changed
given
the rule.
yourself permission to do what you're about to do.
Okay.
Right. We are amending the resolution creating the CRC, the CRCRC to permit the CRCRC to meet under the above listed terms, which amend the Open Meetings Act requirements of the organizing resolution.
And that's your motion.
That's my motion.
That is the motion. And is that the motion that's seconded? And who seconded that?
Yes.
That is your motion. That is the motion that's Ms. Hudson is confirming she seconded. Okay.
So what did we change last time?
We
You-
gave it the right to do it.
Yeah, you just gave yourself the right to do it. That's what we voted on last time. You put that in the code.
This will be the first council to use that right.
That is correct.
Just
If
And-
we vote for it.
Yeah. Okay, we'll just roll call this. Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Robinson?
no way.
Mr. Glasheen?
Yes.
Mr. McDuffie?
Yes.
Ms. Hudson?
Yes.
There being 4 ayes and 1 adamant no.
3 ayes and 2 noes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What?
No?
Didn't you, Sarah, didn't you?
Oh,
vote
no,
for
she
it?
voted for it.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
4 ayes and
Didn't
1
hear.
no. Motion carries. So moving off of agenda item number 27, moving on to agenda item number 28, discussion.
One more thing. After you say CRCRC about 500 times, it starts to roll off your tongue.
Should we change the name?
Are you sure?
But you're not having to say RCD, CRC,
Yeah.
and then CRC.
That's not part of my lexicon.
Yeah.
I don't say
Um,
Okay, item number 28.
Item
we're
number
not
28,
done.
discussion and possible action regarding,
You got the Bowie contract.
discussion and
I
possible,
would- Yes.
okey doke.
This, item 28 comes to us again from the CRCRC.
Hold on, let me lay it out, let me lay it out. let
And
me lay it out.
Mr. Bench will address his
Controlling your
I
mouth.
haven't laid it out
Yeah.
yet.
Okay. Thank you.
conversation.
Item number 28, discussion possible action
Right,
regarding
right.
contract to hire Bowie and Company to assist the CRCRC in connection with distribution and assimilation of survey results in an amount not to exceed $10,000.
Yes.
Ms. Brown, it's your agenda item. I think you've laid it out.
I'll again call on Mr. Bench, as chair of the CRCRC, to address this item and his conversations with Bowie and Company.
Okay, thank you. Dave Bench, 1 Randolph. We have put out, I think I stated last city council meeting that we had put out our RFQs to 2 different companies to get some help with getting our survey into a digital format and then getting it out to the public here and getting some other assistance with making all that happen. And the one company that we had talked with, they decided, I think, that they really couldn't do it. The company that we are working with, Bowie Company, is the same company that had worked with the comprehensive plan work that had happened about 3 or 4 years ago. They did a pretty good job of getting a survey out there and helping us along. They had provided us with quotes that work to get the survey out and then to provide some additional system assistance in getting out, getting the word out to the public, publicizing. I had some conversation with the CRCRC about taking up some of the things that Bowie had done last time voluntarily, and I got an enthusiastic response that we will get good volunteer support for this. Took that back to Bowie. We got them to cut their price significantly, and also to get them to agree to attend our meetings so that it can help guide us through the process of getting public response. So all in all, we're way ahead of where we had started. It looked like it was going to cost $13,000 before. It looks like it's going to cost significantly less than $10,000 now, but I want to keep something out there in contingency, so we're calling it something less than $10,000 is what I'm asking for in appropriation.
We're waiting on a motion or what?
Well, yes, I'll take a motion anytime on anything, but
Have you got $10,000?
no, and that's what I'd like to point out to you. No, this was not discussed in any of our budget discussions. What we do have, though, we have budget line item number,
105-10-52-36.
which is titled Communications
And Outreach.
And there is $5,000 in that line item, so you do have that at your disposal. And we in the executive branch have no designs on it currently, so if you in the legislative appropriating branch would like to do something with it, you can.
You take that to Vegas, put it on red. You'll have enough money or not enough.
I think
I got a
Councilor
hot dog
may have
stock
something to
tip.
say.
I don't think that applies to our investment thing that we voted on earlier.
Where could we get the other $5,000?
Yeah.
I mean, we could go look for it. We would come back. If you told us to do that, we would come back with a recommendation on that. On the freshly minted budget that you just approved earlier in the
Tear it
evening. We've spent so many months working on.
Well, after doing all that budget work, do you have any comments, thoughts, suggestions, feedback on this request? Because it is a budget issue.
I mean, I'm hard pressed to think that this task should be that difficult, but I also,
I would like to see like something attached to this agenda item. Like there's nothing here. It's just a request for $10,000. I mean, there must have been a proposal or something, some breakdown of.
Oh, yeah, and the RFQ, you bet.
Yeah. Well,
I could have.
just the-
I guess we could have provided that. Yeah.
Okay. Did they break
Actually,
down,
it
like,
is.
this many hours they think it will take?
Desiree, you could probably.
I have it, but it hasn't been posted.
Yeah, it hasn't been posted here for this meeting.
So what is it they're gonna do for that money? I know you described coming to some
Okay,
meetings and all
yeah,
that.
yeah. What they'll do is they'll take our survey and then port it into a program called SurveyMonkey. We'll also get a copy of that program that will own it. The city will own it. Okay, and they will get it loaded onto the city's website and then make it available to the public. We'll have controls built into it such that we'll know how many surveys are coming from individual households without knowing who they are. We're going to keep it anonymous, but we'll know that if there's something funny, if there's like 10 responses coming out of a single household, that we'll get flagged on that. So we've got some controls around it. They're going to provide us some additional guidance on public relations, on how to get this out there and to get people to take the survey. They did this for the last work that they had done with
For the comprehensive plan survey.
yeah, so
Yeah.
they basically did this same process for the comprehensive plan. The difference there was we were coming off of sort of parting ways with the original consultant that we had for that, and so we had this dollar conversation was a little easier to have because we already had dollars set aside in the budget for that process, so we had sort of something to tap into.
What it costs for this work with that, with the comprehensive plan was about $13,000. And we're getting what we need from them for about $8,000. So we kind of knocked it back and then took on a bigger share of it as volunteer activity.
And, when they did this for the comprehensive plan, they basically ran the survey, got the results, compiled the results, presented it to the committee, and then did pie charts and some other graphics that went in the comprehensive plan report. If you look at the pie charts and the part of the comprehensive plan report that talks about the survey, that was Bowie's work. And so, we won't be able to do a survey without someone like Bowie making sure we get good responses, that the responses have been validated as being from our community, and compiling the results. So I think if we're going to do a survey, we need somebody like
Yeah.
Bowie, and Bowie has done this before, and they're actually
Yeah.
rolling with
Right.
their business, their business offices in Rollingwood.
Also, too, we've got people in the CRCRC that can take the raw data and do evaluation. So a lot of the analysis work we'll actually do internally because we have the talent internally.
So how much does the SurveyMonkey software and how did we get a SurveyMonkey before? Was that under Bowie's license?
You know, that's a good question, and I don't know the answer
Yeah,
to
'cause
it.
if we
You know,
own the
whenever they had
software-
done it,
Right.
you know, generally whenever you get a piece of software like SurveyMonkey that you have to pay an annual fee in order to keep it hot. So my guess is that it expired out.
It was Bowie's.
It was
The
released?
city never purchased SurveyMonkey. It was under
What they
Bowie's.
have recommended to us is to purchase it, and the version that we're purchasing will be about $600.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Why purchase it? Like, why would we purchase it? That makes no sense to me.
It's a license. You're just buying a license.
No, it's just
You know,
like
and
subscribing
it'll
for
last
the
us a year, and if you
time.
decide to renew the
Okay.
license, we can do that. You know, we just do.
Okay, council, you've have the info, happy to take a motion or not take a motion, whatever you want to do.
Well, the only part of what you described that I would have any question about is the part about trying to promote the thing to the public. And that I feel like that maybe we could do that part instead of paying them to do it.
We are. That's the volunteer piece.
Okay.
That's what we're doing,
Okay.
you know, internally instead of, last time we farmed it out, right?
Right.
And this time we're not going
That's
to do
why it's
that.
cheaper.
But we will have them to provide guidance in what we ought to be doing.
Okay.
And so we have a representative from Bowie Company going to be joining our, they'll effectively become a team member of the CRCRC.
Okay.
Okay, and that's built into the price.
Well, I want to support the work of the committee.
Yeah.
And so I'd make a motion, we approve the request and ask city to magically find this money.
I think there's a motion pending.
Oh, okay. Well, then.
There is a
anyone
motion
second it?
pending.
Has it been seconded? Was there a motion?
Wait, no, I'm sorry, we did not have a motion.
Okay.
Well, I just made one, but
Okay.
Restate your motion, please.
that we support the request and approve funding for this, is it $8,000?
Well, I'm asking for 10, but I'll take 8.
Trending in the right direction.
Well, I think we should give you 8 if that'll get it done.
Oh,
You
no,
tell us.
and then in a few couple of months, I'll just come back, but, you know, but, yeah, it
says not to
we
exceed
have
10.
a quote that takes us to $8,000, but there's no contingency built into any of that, so.
Tell them there's no more money.
I guess that, yeah, I can do that.
So what, is that your
Motion is
motion?
for $8,000 for this, to support this survey effort.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Clishin, a second by Ms. Brown. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Being 4 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries. And we will make it happen, and we'll at some point bring you back at a budget amendment.
Thank you very much.
And thanks for all your hard work
Oh, it's
on
coming,
this.
it's coming, you're gonna love it.
Okay, council,
Motion to adjourn.
next on the agenda are the reports, and then I'm going to slip in here before the counselor can stop me. I just want to thank our staff publicly. I know that we're down to 2, but they did a great job on the Rollingwood Night Out, so I just wanted to tell everybody thank you, and please pass that on to your colleagues if you would. So.
I sure will.
So one of the high school residents, high school age residents of Rollingwood said this is the coolest city anywhere.
Look at that.
Because where else do you have helicopters landing on the baseball field?
That's right.
2.
Only here. Well, they don't live there though, so they don't know that. So, and now I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Great. Thank you.